A man's cruelty in a waiting room lasted 5 seconds. The consequences lasted a lifetime. What he thought was a weak, forgotten woman turned out to be the one person on earth whose husband made grown men weep just by saying his name. Every story has a turning point. A moment so shocking it rewires everything you thought you understood about power, love, and who truly holds the cards. This is one of those stories. And you need to be here for every single second of it. Subscribe now, so you never miss what happens next. The kick landed just below her left knee. It was not an accident. Tyron had pulled back his foot, the same foot wearing the polished brown loafers she had once saved 3 weeks of her hospital salary to buy him. And he had sent it hard into her leg, right there in the waiting room of the Greenfield City General Hospital, with 17 people watching from blue plastic chairs. Tyron Thornton did not even look down at her when he did it. He was looking at his phone. Mitchell Blackwell, though most people in that room had no idea, sat on the floor where the force had sent her, one hand flat against the cold tiles, the other pressed over her stomach, not out of pain, out of instinct, out of the quiet, ferocious love that a mother grows before she even meets her child. She did not cry out. She had stopped crying out a long time ago. "Keith, you should not have come here," Tyron said, still looking at his phone. His voice was low and flat, the kind of voice that doesn't need to be loud to be cruel. "I told you not to come here. I told you we were done." Mitchell looked up at him. Her eyes were dry, her jaw was steady. Somewhere in her chest, something that used to love him had already gone quiet. The way a candle goes quiet after you blow it out. No drama. Just darkness. "I came for my medical file," she said. "Oh, I have an appointment." "You have a problem," Tyron said. "You need to stop." The hospital's front doors opened. Not with noise. Not with a crash or a bang or any of the dramatic entrances that stories like to invent. The doors simply opened, the way doors do. But the man who walked through them made the whole room feel like it had inhaled and forgotten to breathe out. He was not especially tall. He was not carrying anything. He was wearing a dark coat and plain trousers, and his face was calm in the specific way that very dangerous things are calm. The way deep water is calm. His eyes moved across the waiting room once, quickly, the way a person's eyes move when they have trained for years to see everything in a single glance. Those eyes found Mitchell on the floor. They stopped. His name was Kwang-Soo Yo. He was 34 years old, and he was originally from a small city in Gyeonggi Province, a place most people had never heard of, and fewer had visited. And he was, depending on who you asked, either the head of a private security corporation or the most quietly powerful man in 3 countries. Both answers were correct. He crossed the room in 9 steps. Tyron did not register him until the man was standing directly beside him, not in front of him, not behind him, but beside him, at exactly the same height, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. "Is this woman yours?" Kwang-Soo said. His voice was very quiet. It had no accent that Tyron could identify. It asked the question the way a judge reads a sentence. Tyron turned. He looked at Kwang-Soo. He took in the plain coat, the average height, the still face, and he made the mistake that people who have never truly been afraid always make. He decided this man wasn't worth being afraid of. "Who are you?" Tyron said. So Kwang-Soo looked down at Mitchell. He extended one hand, not reaching for her urgently, not grabbing, simply extending it, open, palm up, the way you offer something to someone you respect. "Can you stand?" he asked her. Mitchell looked at his hand for 1 second, then she took it. He helped her up slowly, careful, making sure she had her balance before he let go. When she was standing, he looked at her stomach once. Not staring, just acknowledging, and something shifted almost invisibly in his expression. Not pity, something closer to recognition. "I asked you a question," Tyron said, louder now. Kwang-soo turned to look at him. The calmness in his face did not change at all. That was the terrifying part. There was no warning, no tightening of the jaw, no shift in posture, no dramatic pause, just the same stillness. "She is not yours," Kwang-soo said. "She is mine." The waiting room had gone completely silent. The woman knitting in the corner had stopped knitting. The man reading a newspaper had folded it. Even the television mounted on the wall, some afternoon talk show, seemed to understand that it should keep its noise to itself. Tyron laughed. It was the sharp, dismissive laugh of a man who is already embarrassed and trying not to show it. "Yours? She's my ex," Mitchell said. Her voice did not shake. "He is my ex. And this—" She looked at Kwang-soo. Oh, and something passed between them that the room could feel, but not name. "This is my husband." The silence got heavier. Tyron stared at her. "You're what?" Mitchell did not repeat herself. Tyron's eyes went back to Kwang-soo. He was recalculating now. Tyron was the kind of man who was always calculating, always measuring, and always deciding what things were worth. And you could see the calculation happening behind his eyes as he looked at the plain coat and the quiet face and tried to figure out what kind of husband this was. He got it wrong. "You got married?" Tyron said to Mitchell, and his voice had changed now. It was not flat anymore. It was sharp, like a man who had just discovered something had been taken from him that he had not wanted until this moment. "When? To him? Oh, you got married to some—" "Some what?" Kwang-soo said. The question was so quiet, so genuinely, dangerously quiet. Tyron's mouth closed. From the far end of the waiting room, near the corridor that led to the hospital offices, a door had opened. 3 men had walked in. They were dressed like ordinary people. One in a jacket, one in a pullover, one in a simple shirt. But they had positioned themselves at 3 separate points in the room with a precision that had nothing to do with looking for seats. A woman near the window noticed. She looked at the men, then at Kwang-soo, then back at the men, and she gathered her bag a little closer to herself without knowing exactly why. Tyron had not noticed the men yet. "I don't know what she told you," Tyron started, "but she was already pregnant when you left her," Kwang-soo said. "Yes, I know." Tyron stopped again. "I know everything," Kwang-soo said. "I knew before I married her." Mitchell was watching Kwang-soo's face. She had been married to him for 4 months. 4 months of learning that beneath that calm surface lived a man who paid attention to absolutely everything, who had once told her that the most important thing a person could ever do was notice. She had not known, when she met him, what he was, so she had known only that he was the first person in years who had looked at her, truly looked at her, and seen something worth staying for. She had not told him much about Tyron. She had not needed to. Kwang-soo had this quality, this specific, unsettling quality, of already knowing the important parts of things before you explained them. "You want to tell me what happened?" Tyron said, and now there was an edge in his voice that was trying very hard to sound like confidence. "But because I remember a very different story. I remember a woman who—" "I remember a man," Kwang-soo said, "who just kicked a pregnant woman in a hospital waiting room." The words landed in the room like a stone dropped into still water. Everyone felt the ripple. Tyron's face changed. For the first time since Kwang-soo had walked through those doors, Tyron actually looked around the room. He saw the people watching. He saw the judgment sitting open on their faces, the knitting woman, the newspaper man, the young mother with the toddler who had pressed her child against her side. He saw the 3 men he had not noticed before, standing at their positions, not watching him with hostility, but with the steady patience of people who are very good at waiting. And Tyron did what men like Tyron always do when they realize they have been seen clearly. He tried to rewrite what had happened. "It was an accident," he said. "I didn't. I was shifting, and she was on the floor, and—" "She was on the floor," Kwang-soo said, "because you put her there. I didn't mean—" "Stop talking," Mitchell said. Both men looked at her. She was not looking at Tyron. She had stopped needing to look at Tyron. She was looking at the door to the medical records office, which had opened, and a nurse was standing there with a folder in her hands calling her name. "Mrs. Yo," the nurse said, "We're ready for you." Mitchell straightened her coat. She adjusted the strap of her bag on her shoulder. She looked at Kwang-soo once, and the look was not dramatic, not the kind of look that people in stories exchange across a crowded room with trembling lips and glistening eyes. It was simpler than that. It was the look of two people who had chosen each other on purpose. "Come with me," she said. "Yes," he said. They walked together toward the nurse and the open door. A tyrant stood in the middle of the waiting room with his mouth still open around words he had not been allowed to finish. The three men remained exactly where they were, not blocking him, not threatening him, not doing anything at all except existing in the room with a quality of presence that made leaving feel like the wisest idea Tyron had had all day. He left. The door to the records office closed behind Mitchell and Kwang-soo. The woman with the knitting needle started knitting again. The newspaper man unfolded his paper. The afternoon talk show filled the room once more with its cheerful, unbothered noise. But inside the records office, the nurse was looking between the two of them with the careful neutrality of a woman who had seen many things in many years of hospital work and had learned to keep her observations to herself. "Mrs. Yo," she said again, setting the folder on the desk. "Your file is ready, but there is something we need to discuss." Mitchell sat down in the chair across the desk. Kwang-soo stood behind her, one hand resting on the back of the chair, not on her shoulder, not touching her, just near her. The way a wall is near you, present, solid. "Go ahead," Mitchell said. The nurse opened the folder. She looked at the top page for a long moment, the way people look at things when they are deciding how to say them. "Your results from last week's tests," she began. "There is something in the imaging that we did not expect." Mitchell did not move. "The baby is fine," the nurse said quickly, because she had clearly learned that this was the first thing people needed to hear. "The baby is perfectly healthy. But," she turned the page, "there is something else. Something that we found. Something that wasn't there 8 months ago." The room was very quiet. Mitchell's hands resting in her lap stayed perfectly still. Kwang-soo's hand, on the back of the chair, didn't move. "What kind of something?" Mitchell asked. The nurse looked at her with the careful, practiced compassion of someone about to say words that could not be unsaid. And she said them. "The story has only just begun, and nothing is what it looks like yet. Subscribe now so you are there when everything breaks open." The word the nurse used was mass. She said it plainly, so the way medical people learn to say hard things, without softening it so much that the meaning gets lost, but without sharpness either. Just the word, placed on the desk between them, like something that needed to be looked at directly. "A mass on the left side," the nurse said. "Small, but present. The radiologist flagged it for immediate follow-up. We would like to schedule a biopsy." Mitchell heard the word biopsy and felt something shift in her chest. Not panic, not yet, but the careful and slow awareness that the ground beneath her had changed texture. Like stepping onto a floor you expected to be solid and finding it slightly soft. "When?" she asked. "As soon as possible. Ideally within the week." Mitchell nodded once. Then she looked down at her hands in her lap, and for a moment, she was simply very still. Kwang-soo crouched down beside her chair. He did not say anything. He did not tell her it was going to be fine. He was not the kind of man who said things he could not prove. He simply lowered himself to her level and looked at her face, waiting for her to look back. She did. His eyes, dark, steady. The eyes of a man who had looked at genuinely frightening things and not looked away, held hers. "One thing at a time," he said. That was all. But the way he said it, with the quiet certainty of someone who had navigated much worse and come out on the other side, made the air in the room feel slightly less heavy. Mitchell breathed. Schedule the biopsy," she told the nurse. The nurse wrote it down. They walked out of the records office and back through the waiting room, which had largely emptied now, the afternoon crowd thinning toward evening, and out through the hospital's front doors into the gray afternoon. There was a black vehicle waiting at the curb. One of the three men from inside the waiting room was standing beside it, not like a bodyguard in a film, not with his hands clasped in front of him or his eyes scanning the street with theatrical intensity. He was just standing there, the way a person stands when they are good at their job and do not need to perform it. His name was Sung Kyo. He was 28, and he had been with Kwang-soo for 6 years. And in that time, he had learned that the most important skill his work required was not physical speed or tactical knowledge, but the ability to read a room in half a second and understand what was needed. He looked at Mitchell's face as they came through the doors. He opened the back door of the vehicle without being asked. Mitchell got in. Kwang-soo got in beside her. Sung-kyo closed the door and moved to the front. The vehicle pulled away from the curb. For a while, nobody spoke. The city moved past the windows. Late afternoon shoppers, traffic slowing at a crossing, a child dragging a reluctant parent past a bakery window. Then Mitchell said quietly, "I don't want you to be afraid." Kwang-soo turned to look at her. "I can see it," she said. "You're very good at hiding it." "But I can see it." He was quiet for a moment. "I'm not afraid," he said. "Kwang." "I am concerned," he said. The word came out carefully, or like something he had turned over a few times before placing it down. There is a difference. Afraid means I don't know what to do. Concerned means I am already thinking about what to do. Mitchell looked at him for a long moment. Then she almost smiled. Not fully, not the kind of smile a person smiles when things are easy, but the kind a person smiles when they find something true in the middle of a hard moment. "You were already on the phone before we got in the car," she said. "Yes." "Who?" "A doctor in Gyeonggi. The best one for this particular. I have a doctor here." "You will have two." Mitchell looked out the window. "You can't fix everything, Kwang-soo." "No," he agreed. "But I can make sure you have the best possible chance. Those two things are different." She did not argue. She was too tired to argue, and also, and this was the thing about Kwang-soo that had taken her the longest to accept, he was usually right, not in an arrogant way. In the quiet, an inconvenient way of someone who had simply thought about something more carefully than everyone else in the room. She leaned her head back against the seat. The baby moved, a slow, rolling shift that she felt more than saw, and she put one hand on her stomach automatically. Kwang-soo's eyes tracked the movement of her hand. He looked away again quickly, back to the window, but his jaw had changed, just slightly. Just barely visible, the way a person's face changes when they feel something they are not yet ready to put words to. They did not know yet that 3 blocks behind them, a different vehicle had been following since the hospital. It was not one of Kwang-soo's vehicles. It was not law enforcement. It was a silver car, unremarkable, the kind that disappears into traffic like a word disappears into a sentence. Inside the silver car, in the passenger seat, a man named Gerald Holt was holding a phone to his ear and saying, "Yes, she was with him. They left together. Yes, I'm sure." On the other end of the line, someone asked a question. Gerald Holt looked at the back of the black vehicle moving through traffic ahead of him. "She's pregnant," he said. "Very." Another question. "I don't know whose it is," Gerald said. "Does it matter?" A pause, then a voice on the other end, the measured and unhurried. "It matters more than you think." Gerald Holt ended the call. He looked at the black vehicle. He kept following. Kwang-soo, in the back of that black vehicle, had not noticed the silver car. That was the detail that would matter later. Sung-kyo, in the front, had. He said nothing yet. He was still assessing. He turned at a corner that was slightly off the route home, just one corner, and watched in the rearview mirror. The silver car turned too. Sung-kyo's hand moved to the small communication device clipped to his collar. He pressed it once, lightly. In the back seat, Kwang-soo's eyes shifted very slightly toward the front. He had felt the deviation from the route. He always felt these things. He did not say anything in front of Mitchell. He reached into his coat pocket and took out his phone, and he typed a message with one thumb while looking out the window, and he sent it. Mitchell, with her head back and her eyes half closed, Fleur did not notice. She was thinking about the word mass. She was thinking about her baby. She was thinking about the waiting room and Tyron's face and the specific, sour feeling of being seen at your lowest by someone who had helped put you there. She was thinking too, and this surprised her, about the moment Kwang-soo had extended his hand. Open. Palm up. No urgency. Just the offer. She had known him for 11 months. They had married after 7. People thought they were reckless. Her cousin Diane, her only family close enough to have opinions, had called her on the phone and said very directly, "Mitchell, you have been pregnant and heartbroken for 4 months, and now you are telling me you are marrying a Korean businessman you met at a hospital cafeteria? Do you hear yourself?" Mitchell had heard herself. She had also heard, behind Diane's worry, the thing Diane would not say directly, that nobody had believed Mitchell's choices in a long time. Not Tyron. No, not her old friends from before. Not the people she used to work with who had smiled at her face and talked about her back. She had made this choice with her eyes open. She was still, mostly, sure it was the right one. The vehicle slowed at a red light. Sung-kyo had not returned to the usual route. He was taking a longer way, winding through quieter streets. Mitchell noticed, slightly, but driving routes were not the thing she had mental energy for today. The silver car stayed behind them. Kwang-soo's phone showed a reply to his message. He read it. His expression did not change. He typed back, "Not yet. Just watch." The red light turned green. They moved. Behind them, Gerald Holt moved too, and reached for his phone again, because the person on the other end had just sent him a message, and the message said something that made him sit up straighter in the passenger seat and look at the black vehicle ahead with suddenly different eyes. The message said, "Do not lose them. Sat, he has something of mine." Gerald Holt did not know what that meant. He also knew better than to ask. The black vehicle turned onto a wide boulevard lined with bare winter trees, and the city evening settled around them. Street lights coming on, the sky turning from gray to the dark blue that comes just before proper night. And nothing about the scene looked dangerous. That was, of course, the point. Inside the vehicle, Mitchell had fallen asleep, and she slept the way very tired people sleep, suddenly, completely, with her head tipped toward the window and one hand still resting on her stomach. The kind of sleep that is less of a choice and more of a surrender. Kwang-soo looked at her for a long moment. Then he looked back at his phone. Then he typed one more message. Not to Sung Kyo this time, but to a different contact. A contact listed in his phone not by name, but by a single character that most people would not recognize as a name at all. The message he sent was 4 words. "We may have a problem." The reply came in 8 seconds. It said, "What kind?" Kwang-soo looked at Mitchell's sleeping face. He looked at the silver car in the mirror. He looked at the bare winter trees passing by the windows like dark lines drawn against the sky. He typed back, "The kind that starts with someone from the past." A pause. "So then Tyron?" Kwang-soo stared at the name. He had not mentioned Tyron to this contact. He had not mentioned Tyron to anyone except Sung Kyo and one other person. He had kept the knowledge of Mitchell's past deliberately contained, not to control it, but to protect it. To protect her. His fingers were very still on the phone. He typed, "How do you know that name?" The reply took longer this time. When it came, it was not the answer he expected. It was a photograph. So Kwang-soo looked at the photograph for a long time without any expression on his face at all. Then he closed the screen and put the phone in his pocket and looked out the window at the city passing by. And for the first time since the hospital waiting room, for the first time since he had walked through those doors and seen Mitchell on the floor, something in the perfect stillness of his face showed a crack. Not fear. Understanding. The most dangerous kind of understanding. The kind that tells you that the problem is bigger than you thought. That the pieces you were looking at were only the pieces that someone wanted you to see. And that behind them, just out of view, was something else entirely. Mitchell slept on, unaware. The silver car followed. And Kwang-soo Yo, who had navigated harder things than most people would ever believe, began very quietly to rearrange everything he thought he knew. Well, hold on, because the ground is about to shift in ways nobody in that car is ready for. Make sure you are subscribed so the next part reaches you the moment it drops. The photograph was of a building, not a dramatic building, not a headquarters or a fortress or anything that would catch a stranger's eye. It was an ordinary office block, gray, mid-sized, the kind that existed in every city and registered in nobody's memory. But it was a building Kwang-soo knew, and he knew it because it was one of his. Not one of the buildings his corporation owned publicly, the kind that appeared in registered documents and quarterly reports. This was one of the other ones, the buildings that existed in the space between what was legal and what was necessary, the buildings that kept certain things running that the official version of his life depended upon. Nobody was supposed to know about that building who did not already work inside it. The message below the photograph said, "We found this in Tyron Thornton's phone. He took the picture 3 weeks ago. He has been watching you for longer than your wife knows." Kwang-soo's mind was already moving. Quick. Ordered. The way it always moved when a threat presented itself, breaking the problem into its parts, laying each part down and examining it before picking up the next. Tyron had been watching him. Before the waiting room, before the kick, and before this afternoon, Tyron had been watching, which meant the encounter at the hospital was not accidental. Tyron had known Mitchell would be there, had possibly engineered being there at the same time, had used the waiting room not out of cruelty, or not only out of cruelty, but out of something more calculated. He was trying to provoke a reaction. Why? Kwang-soo looked at the darkening city outside the window. The vehicle had turned onto the quieter streets of the neighborhood where they lived, a calm, well-kept area that Mitchell had chosen, half as a joke, because she said it looked like the kind of place where nothing dramatic ever happened. He had not corrected her. Mitchell stirred in her sleep but did not wake. Sung Kyo's eyes met his in the rearview mirror, one question in them. Kwang-soo gave the smallest shake of his head. Not yet. They pulled into the private garage beneath the building. The silver car, which had been keeping its distance, slowed at the end of the street. It did not follow them in. It parked. It waited. Sung-kyo got out of the vehicle first, checked the garage with the quick, thorough sweep of someone who did this automatically, like breathing, and then opened the back door on Mitchell's side. She woke at the sound of the car door, blinking, that soft confusion of interrupted sleep crossing her face. "Ford, are we home?" "Yes," Kwang-soo said. She got out slowly, the way a heavily pregnant woman gets out of anything, with effort, with a small exhale, with the particular patience of someone whose body has become a separate negotiation. Kwang-soo was there beside her, not hovering, just present. They went up. The apartment was large and warm, and full of the quiet that expensive spaces have. Not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of good insulation and careful design. Now Mitchell had added things to it over the 4 months of their marriage. A bright orange throw on the gray sofa, a collection of small plants on the kitchen windowsill, a framed photograph of her grandmother on the shelf by the hallway. The apartment, which had been cold and functional before, had become something else. Kwang-soo noticed this every time he came home. Mitchell went to the kitchen, filled a glass with water, and stood at the counter drinking it slowly. Her back was to him, and he could see the tension in her shoulders, the particular tension of someone carrying more than one heavy thing at once. "The biopsy," she said, without turning around. I'm not scared of it exactly. She stopped. "You are allowed to be scared of it," Kwang-soo said. "I'm not scared of the procedure. I'm scared of what it might say." "I know." She turned around. "And you? You have your doctor in Gyeonggi, and your contacts, and your—" She gestured, a slightly helpless gesture that meant everything she could not fully articulate. His world, his reach, all of the things he could do that she was still learning the shape of. "But that doesn't change what the test results will say." "No," he agreed. "It doesn't. But it changes what happens after." Mitchell set her glass down. She looked at him steadily. "Kwang-soo, whatever the results are, I need to know that you married me because of me. Not because—" "Mitchell, let me finish." He waited. "Kwang, not because you felt responsible. Not because I was pregnant and abandoned, and you saw something that needed fixing. I married you," he said, and his voice had the quality it got sometimes. Very quiet, very direct, the kind of direct that had no performance in it at all. "Because you were the first person I had met in a long time who spoke to me like I was a person and not a position." Mitchell was quiet. "In the cafeteria," he said, when you told me my coffee order was wrong." She made a small sound, almost a laugh. "I said the machine was set wrong. I didn't tell you. You told me I had been drinking bad coffee for probably weeks, and I should complain to the building management." He paused. "Nobody tells me things like that." Mitchell looked at him. Her eyes were bright, the brightness that is not tears, yet, but is near them. "That was not a reason to marry someone," she said. "No," he agreed. "No, but it was a reason to stay. The other reasons came after." A beat of silence. Then Mitchell said, "There's a car outside." Kwang-soo went still. "Silver," she said. "It was behind us most of the way home. I noticed it when we turned onto the boulevard. I was half awake. It's parked at the end of the street." He looked at her. She looked back. "I'm pregnant," she said, not unobservant. A pause. Then Kwang-soo said, "Do you know who drives a silver car?" "I can guess," she said, and her voice was flat now, flat in a different way than she had been in the waiting room. Not the flatness of someone in shock, but the flatness of someone who had just confirmed a suspicion they had hoped was wrong. Tyron. Or someone Tyron sent. Kwang-soo moved to the window. He looked out, careful, standing to the side, the way he always looked out of windows, never directly in the center. The silver car was there, parked under a street light. 2 figures visible inside. 2 people, he said. Who's the other one? I don't know yet. Mitchell came and stood beside him, not at the window. She stopped a few feet back, where she couldn't be seen from the street. Kwang-soo. What did Tyron want? At the hospital today. What was he actually after? Because that wasn't just him being, she paused, himself. That was something else. Kwang-soo turned from the window to look at her, and this was the moment he had been weighing since the car. The moment in every difficult conversation where you had to decide whether to give someone less than the truth in order to protect them, or the full truth because they had already shown you they could carry it. He had learned, in 4 months of marriage to Mitchell Blackwell, that she could carry more than most people expected. Tyron knows something about my business, Kwang-soo said. Something he should not know. Gee, someone told him. I don't know yet who. He has been using it to try to build leverage. Leverage for what? I believe, Kwang-soo said, and he was choosing each word with precision, that he wants access to something I have, something I acquired before I met you. And he calculated. His voice did not change, but something behind it did, that you were the right pressure point. The word pressure point landed in the room like something cold. Mitchell understood what it meant, and she was not naive. She had known from early on that Kwang-soo existed in a world where people were sometimes treated as instruments. She had known it and chosen him anyway, because she had also seen, with her own eyes, repeatedly, the specific care he took not to treat her that way. But knowing that someone else might, that Tyron specifically might have, he came to the hospital today to make me look bad in front of you, she said slowly. It was not a question. She was working it out. He wanted you to see me. On the floor, visibly distressed with his child. She touched her stomach briefly. To make you doubt. He wanted me to feel that you were a liability, Kwang-soo said. Yes. Mitchell was silent for a moment. And instead, I walked in and made it clear you were not. Mitchell looked at him for a long time. That photograph he took of your building, she said. Kwang-soo's expression shifted, barely, briefly, but she caught it. You already knew. She stopped. How long have you known about the photograph? 40 minutes, he said. I received it in the car. Who sent it? Someone I trust. Who is? Mitchell. She waited. There are parts of my world, he said carefully, that I have kept away from you deliberately. Not as a secret, as a protection. But a pause. I think the line between those two things is becoming less clear. Something moved in Mitchell's face. Not hurt. Or not only hurt. Understanding. But the complicated kind. The kind that carries love and disappointment in the same breath. Kwang-soo, she said. I am not a person who needs to be kept safe from information. I'm a person who is about to have a baby, possibly facing a biopsy, sitting in an apartment with a silver car outside. The information is not the danger. The not knowing is. The room was very quiet. Outside, the silver car had not moved. Kwang-soo's phone, in his pocket, silent, was receiving a message, and he did not look at it yet. He looked at Mitchell, and then he said something he had not said to another person in years. Not because it was difficult to say, but because there had simply not been anyone in years who had earned the full weight of it. You're right, he said. Sit down. I'll tell you everything. Mitchell did not sit down. Stand if you prefer, he said. Thank you, she said. He told her. He told her about the building and the photograph, its real purpose, and the specific operation it housed, the reason knowing about it was dangerous. He told her about the contact who had found the photograph on Tyron's phone, and what that meant about how deep Tyron had already gone. He told her about the person who had sent him the message, a name she had never heard, who operated in spaces that had no public record. He told her as clearly and plainly as he told anyone anything, without drama, without softening, without asking her to approve or forgive or understand more than the facts required. When he was done, Mitchell was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "The person who sent you the photograph, the one you trust." "Yes." "Is that person the same person who introduced us?" The silence stretched. Kwang-soo said very carefully, "What makes you ask that?" "Because," Mitchell said, "I did not end up at that hospital cafeteria by accident. I was sent there by a woman I met at a conference 2 days before. A woman I now realize I know almost nothing about, except that she knew my name before I told it to her, and she suggested the cafeteria specifically." A beat. "Her name was Ms. Park, or that's what she said." Kwang-soo's face did something that Mitchell had never seen it do before. It showed surprise, not performance, not the tactical pause. Actual, unguarded surprise, the kind that arrives before a person can manage it. "So you were not. I did not arrange for you to—" "I know you didn't," Mitchell said. "Someone else did." They stared at each other across the room. The silver car sat outside under the streetlight. Somewhere in the building, or perhaps very close to it, someone had orchestrated the beginning of their story. Someone who had known, before either of them did, that these two people needed to be in the same room, and neither of them knew why. The name Ms. Park meant something. Na Kwang-soo had gone to his phone the moment Mitchell said it, and what he found there, or more precisely, what he could not find there, told him more than finding something would have. There was no Ms. Park in any record he could access, not by that name, not matching the description Mitchell gave. Late 40s, short hair, a very deliberate way of speaking, a small scar below her left ear. Kwang-soo had resources that could identify most people from significantly less. The fact that this woman returned nothing at all was not a gap. It was a wall, and walls this clean were not accidents. "She's in the network," he said. "Your network?" "A network? I'm not sure it's mine." This was, for Kwang-soo, an extraordinary sentence. There were not many networks that existed outside his knowledge. He sat with the discomfort of that, which was real, genuine discomfort, the kind a person feels when they realize the map they have been using does not show the whole territory. "Oh, walk me through it again," he said. "The conference, from the beginning." Mitchell did. She had been at a public health networking event. She had still been working at a clinic then, before the pregnancy had become too demanding. A woman approached her during a coffee break, knew her name, said she had heard about Mitchell's work in maternal health outreach. He suggested they continue their conversation somewhere less crowded. "There's a wonderful cafeteria 2 blocks from here." The cafeteria in the hospital, where Kwang-soo had been that day for reasons he had considered routine. A meeting with the hospital's administrator about a donation his corporation was making. A meeting he was 2 minutes early for, which was why he had stopped for coffee, which was why he had been standing at the machine when Mitchell told him it was calibrated wrong. "So she chose us," Mitchell said. "Ms. Park. She put us in the same room." "Yes, and she put the photograph of your building in Tyron's hands." "I don't—" Kwang-soo paused. "That I'm less certain of. That feels like a different hand. Could they be connected?" He was quiet for a moment. "Everything is connected. The question is how." Mitchell sat down now, finally, on the orange blanketed sofa, because her back had been aching since the hospital floor, and she had been standing out of stubbornness more than necessity. "Who would benefit from you and I meeting? That is what I'm trying to understand. And who would benefit from Tyron having leverage over you? A competitor, someone I've crossed, someone who—" He stopped. His eyes changed, not dramatically, but in the way they did when a thought arrived that he needed to hold still and examine. Or someone who wanted me distracted. Distracted from what? From the fact that something was being taken. Mitchell looked at him. Has something been taken? I don't know yet. He reached for his phone again, then stopped himself. He put the phone face down on the table. I need to think before I make calls. If this is someone inside the network, then every call I make is a call they can see. The apartment felt different now. The warm light, the orange blanket, on the little plants on the kitchen windowsill, all of it was the same, unchanged. But the quality of the air had shifted, the way it does when you understand that a situation has been happening for longer than you knew, and you are only now catching up to it. Kwang-soo, Mitchell said, the person who sent you the photograph, the one you trust. You never told me who it was. I know. You said you'd tell me everything. I said I would. And this part, but it's more complicated than the rest. How can it be more complicated than what you've already told me? He was quiet, the kind of quiet that had a shape to it, not evasion but something closer to a person standing in front of a door, deciding. The person who sent me the photograph, he said slowly, is someone who, for the last 3 years, has been working against me. Mitchell went very still. Not openly, not in a way that caused direct harm, but collecting information, building a picture, accumulating things that could, at the right moment, be used. He was looking at the wall across from him, rather than at her. I have known this for approximately 8 months, and I have chosen, deliberately, not to stop it. Why? Because the person is my sister. The word sister filled the room like a sound. Mitchell stared at him. You have a sister? Yes. You have never? I know. In 11 months, you have never? I know. Deep Mitchell. His voice was steady, but something inside it was not. Her name is Yeo Soo-ran. She is 31. She left Korea when she was 22. I have not seen her in 9 years. He paused. She blames me for something. Something that happened to our family. She is not entirely wrong to blame me. Mitchell's hands were folded in her lap. She was watching his face very carefully. She has been building a case, he said. I don't know. Against whom exactly? Against me. Against someone connected to me. I have not been able to determine the full target. I have been waiting, watching her move and choosing not to interfere, because he stopped. And for a moment the careful control in his voice slipped, just slightly, the way something slips when the grip has been held too long and the muscles have finally tired. Because she is the only family I have left, and if she needs to do this to be ready to face me, then I have been willing to let her. Mitchell was quiet for a long time. Is she good? She finally asked. He turned to look at her. Is she good at what she does? The gathering, the information, the being invisible. Is she actually good? She is exceptional, he said. And there was something in it. Pride, perhaps, or a specific grief that looked like pride, the way those two things can sometimes wear each other's faces. Then the photograph wasn't a threat, Mitchell said, on thinking aloud. She sent it to you as a warning. She found it on Tyron's phone, and she decided to tell you. Yes, I think so. Which means Mitchell was working through it, step by careful step. She knows who Tyron is, which means she knows about me. Yes. For how long? Probably since before our marriage. Mitchell absorbed this. She knew I was going to meet you. I believe she arranged it. She has the kind of access that makes that possible. Ms. Cy Park. I believe so. The silver car was still outside. Mitchell had almost forgotten it. The revelation of Soo-ran had pushed everything else to the edges of the room. "Why?" Mitchell asked. "Why would she put us together if she has been working against you?" Kwang-soo was quiet for a long moment. "I've been asking myself that question since the moment you told me about Ms. Park." He looked at his hands, then at Mitchell. "The only answer I can find is that she was not working against me when she did it. She was working for something, some purpose of her own that I don't yet understand. And putting you in my life was part of it." Mitchell looked at him steadily. "And the baby? Does she know about the baby? Everyone who has been watching me knows about the baby." The word everyone sat between them like a third person in the room. Mitchell put her hand on her stomach. No, not dramatically, just the same reflexive gesture, the one she made a dozen times a day. But this time it had more weight in it. The awareness that this child, who had not yet entered the world, had already become a piece of a story that other people were writing. "I'm not angry," she said. Kwang-soo looked surprised again. "Twice in one evening. A record." "I should be," she added. "And there's a part of me that is." "But," she looked at him directly, "you didn't put her up to it. You didn't even know. And the fact that she looked at your life and decided I was what it needed." A pause. "I want to understand that, before I decide how to feel about it." "I want to understand it too," he said. "Very much." From the table, his face-down phone lit up briefly at the edge. A notification. Not a call. He did not touch it. Then his home security panel, a flat screen beside the door, usually showing a quiet grid of cameras, beeped once, softly. Sung-kyo's voice came through the speaker panel. "There's someone in the lobby, not using the main entrance. Service corridor." Kwang-soo was on his feet immediately. Description: female, small, dark coat. "She's..." A pause. "She's looking directly at the camera. She knows she's being watched." "Does she have anything?" "No visible. Wait." Sung-kyo's voice shifted. "She just held something up to the camera." "What?" "It's Another pause. A longer one. "It's a photo. She's holding a photograph up to the camera. It's..." Sung-kyo's voice went very careful. "It's you and her, sir. When you were children." Complete silence. Kwang-soo looked at the security panel. On the camera feed, small and grainy, a woman in a dark coat was standing in the service corridor, holding a photograph up to the lens with both hands. Not as a threat, not as a weapon, as an identification. As a knock on a door she had not knocked on in 9 years. "Let her up," Kwang-soo said. Sung-kyo, let her up." A pause. "Yes, sir." Kwang-soo turned to Mitchell. "My sister is here," he said. Mitchell stood up. "I know," she said. I feel it." She paused, slightly surprised at her own words. "Is that strange to say?" "No," he said. They stood together in the warm apartment, facing the door. The elevator at the end of the hall began to move. Every answer they find tonight opens a door to something bigger. And not everyone who walks through that door means well. Subscribe now, so you are here when it all comes apart. The elevator opened. The woman who stepped out was not what Mitchell expected. She was not entirely sure what she expected, but she had built some version of Soo-ran in her imagination over the last 20 minutes, and the real version rearranged it completely. Soo-ran was small. She barely reached Kwang-soo's shoulder. She had close-cropped hair and eyes that were her brother's eyes. Same darkness, same precision, and same quality of taking in a room in a single look, set in a face that was somehow both younger and older than her 31 years. She was wearing a plain dark coat, practical boots, no jewelry. She carried nothing. She looked at Kwang-soo first. 9 years is a long time. Long enough for two people to have become mostly strangers. Long enough for old pain to have hardened into something that had been carried so long it had changed shape. So neither of them moved for a moment. They just looked at each other, standing at either end of the short hallway, and the air between them had weight. Then Sue Ran looked at Mitchell. Her expression changed. It was not a soft change. Sue Ran was not, apparently, a person given to soft changes. But it was real. A recognition. The look of someone who has studied a subject from a distance and is now seeing it full size. "I should have come sooner," she said. Her voice was low and even, accented differently from Kwang Su's. She had clearly spent more time in English-speaking places. "I kept telling myself there was a better time. There wasn't." "Come in," Kwang Su said. She came in. She did not look around the apartment the way a stranger would. She was taking in the security points, Mitchell realized. The windows, the exits, the angles. Professional habit. "You sent me the photograph," Kwang Su said. "Yes. And you sent her to me," he said, meaning Mitchell. And Sue Ran looked at Mitchell again. "I met you at a conference 14 months ago. You were talking to a colleague about maternal health funding. You said—" She paused, as if deciding whether the detail was necessary, then decided it was. "You said that the hardest part of working in healthcare was watching people fall through gaps that didn't need to exist, that could be closed if the right people just paid attention." A beat. "My brother pays attention," I thought. "You thought I was a suitable match," Mitchell said. Her voice was steady but not warm. "Not yet." "I thought you were good for him," Sue Ran said. "There is a difference." Kwang Su sat down. This, for him, was significant. He almost never sat during tense conversations, preferring to stand, to have mobility, to keep his body ready for something. Sitting was a choice, a statement. "Why are you here tonight, Sue Ran?" he asked. The photograph was a warning. Or you could have stayed behind the warning. Sue Ran pulled out a chair from the dining table and sat across from him. Her posture was exactly like his, upright, still, contained. "Because Tyron Thornton is not working alone," she said. "And the person he is working with is someone I have been tracking for 2 years. Someone you know." Kwang Su said nothing. "Gerald Holt," she said. The name moved across Kwang Su's face, like wind moves across water. You could see it, briefly, and then the surface settled again. "Gerald Holt," he repeated. "He's been in this city for 3 weeks. He arrived at the same week Tyron Thornton contacted him. The contact wasn't accidental. Holt reached out first." Sue Ran folded her hands on the table. "Gerald Holt has been acquiring information about your network for 18 months. He's not a competitor. He's a collection point. He gathers intelligence for a larger organization and sells it. The building in the photograph? He already has its purpose on record." "Who is his buyer?" Kwang Su asked. "That is the part that I came to tell you in person," Sue Ran said, "because I could not put it in a message." A pause. "The buyer," she said, "is someone who has been building a case against you for 5 years. Someone with the patience to wait and the resources to be very precise about timing." She looked at her brother directly. "They waited until you had something to lose." The room understood what that meant. So Mitchell understood it. She looked at Kwang Su. He was looking at his sister, but she could see, from the particular stillness that had come over him, a stillness different from his usual controlled calm, deeper and quieter, that he understood it too. "They waited for her," he said. Meaning Mitchell. Meaning the baby. "Leverage is only leverage when there is something you will not sacrifice," Sue Ran said, flatly, not cruelly, just as a fact. "For years. No, there was nothing you would not sacrifice." "Then there was," Mitchell breathed out slowly. Who is the buyer? Kwang-soo asked again. His voice was very quiet. Soo-ran told him. It was a name Mitchell had never heard. But she watched Kwang-soo's face as he received it, and what she saw there, moving through his expression before he could fully contain it, the way something long anticipated finally arrives and is somehow still a blow, told her everything about the weight of that name. "How long have you known?" he asked. "Confirmed? 6 weeks? Suspected?" "Much longer." Soo-ran paused. "He was the reason I left. 9 years ago. He told me things about you that I believed, that I built my—" She stopped. Started again. "I was wrong to believe them. I understood that approximately 3 years ago. I have spent the time since then finding out the truth." The apartment was completely silent. Outside, the silver car. Gerald Holt and whoever was with him. Waiting. Watching. On part of a machine that had been running for 5 years, built by someone who had the patience of a person who believes they will eventually win. Kwang-soo stood up. He walked to the window, to the side of it, always to the side, and looked down at the street. "The car outside," he said. "Gerald Holt, and one of his people." Soo-ran reached into her coat pocket and placed a small drive on the table. "Everything I have is on this. Every connection, every transaction, every piece of the structure. It is enough." She paused. "It is more than enough." Kwang-soo looked at the drive. Then he looked at his sister. "Why give this to me?" he said. "After everything. Why not use it yourself?" Soo-ran was quiet for a moment. In the quiet, she looked, for the first time since she had walked through the door. Not like a professional. Not like someone running an operation. She looked like someone who was 31 years old and tired in the specific way that people are tired when they have been carrying something for too long and have finally found the right hands to put it in. "Because it affects her," she said, and she looked at Mitchell. "And the baby. And I will not. I am not willing to let what happened to our family happen to yours." The word "yours" hit Mitchell somewhere she had not been expecting. Because in that word, the way Soo-ran said it, now with the careful flatness of someone who does not allow themselves to be sentimental, but cannot entirely prevent the thing from showing at the edges, was an invitation. Not a warm one, not an easy one, but real. She had arranged for them to meet. She had spent 14 months watching from a distance, making sure. She had come tonight, in person, through a service corridor, holding a childhood photograph up to a camera, not because it was strategic, because it was the only way she knew to knock. "Soo-ran," Mitchell said. The woman looked at her. "Thank you," Mitchell said. Simply, without conditions or performance. For the cafeteria, for the photograph, for tonight. Soo-ran did not know what to do with that. You could see it. The momentary loss of the careful professional composure. The small war between the habit of distance and something older and more fundamental. She looked away, cleared her throat. "The drive," she said. You should act before morning. Gerald Holt is not patient. If he feels the situation shifting, he will—" "I know what he will do," Kwang-soo said. He had the drive in his hand. He was looking at it with the look of a man who is already 3 steps ahead, already building the response in his mind, already seeing the shape of what comes next. Then he stopped. He turned to look at Mitchell. "Before I make any call," he said, "before I do anything, is there anything you need? Right now. But before this, I need you to do what needs to be done," she said. "I need you to trust your sister." A pause. "And I need you to tell me one thing." "What?" "The thing you feel about this baby." She looked at him steadily. The orange blanket, the small plants, the photograph of her grandmother, the life she had built in 4 months inside his apartment, quietly, like planting things in new ground. Say it out loud, just once. Kwang-soo looked at her. He was not a man who said things out loud that he had only carried inside. She knew this. She was asking anyway. And the fact that she was asking, directly, clearly, without apology, was one of the things that he had understood, somewhere around month 2 of their marriage, was the exact quality in her that had made his sister choose her. "This child," he said quietly, with the particular steadiness of someone saying something true, "is mine. Fully. Entirely. That has been true since the first time you let me be present at an appointment. It has nothing to do with—" He stopped, and for a moment the steadiness wavered, just slightly. "It has nothing to do with biology or circumstance, or what Tyrant Thornton is, or is not. It is mine, because I have chosen it. Because I choose it every day. A beat. That will not change. Nothing will change it." Mitchell's eyes were bright. She did not cry. She pressed her lips together once, and the brightness stayed in her eyes, and she nodded. "Good," she said. "Now go deal with Gerald Holt." From the corner, Soo-ran was looking at the window very intently, with the fixed attention of someone who is working very hard to be professional and unaffected, and is mostly succeeding. Kwang-soo went to his phone. He made 2 calls. They were short, brief, specific, to the kind of calls that people who are very good at what they do make when something has been building for a long time and the moment to move has finally arrived. Not dramatic, just precise. Sung Kyo came up from the garage. He was given the drive and instructions. Within the hour, Gerald Holt and his companion, who were still in the silver car, still waiting, but still believing they were the ones watching, would discover that the thing about Kwang Soo-yeo's world was that he never reacted when he could respond, and he never responded until he was certain. He was certain now. The silver car would not be there by morning. Gerald Holt would be asked, through channels that did not require visible force, to make a choice. The information on the drive, everything Soo-ran had spent 2 years building, would be in the right hands before dawn. The man who had been building a case for 5 years would discover that the gap between patience and victory was much wider than he had calculated. But that was not the most important thing that happened that night. The most important thing was smaller and had no audience. It happened after Sung Kyo left with the drive, after the calls were made, after Soo-ran had been given the guest room with the kind of direct practicality that Kwang-soo used for everything. "You will stay here. We will talk more tomorrow." And Soo-ran, who had been alone for 9 years, had looked at him for a long moment and said, very quietly, "All right." The most important thing happened in the kitchen, close to midnight, when Mitchell was making tea because she could not sleep. Decaf, the only kind she allowed herself. And Kwang-soo came and stood beside her at the counter, and they were both quiet for a while, and then she said, "The biopsy is on Thursday." "I know," he said. "I'll be there. You don't have to stay the whole time." "I know," he said again. "I'll be there the whole time." Mitchell looked at the kettle. She looked at the small plants on the windowsill. One of them was leaning slightly toward the glass, reaching for the outside light. She had been meaning to turn it around for a week and forgetting. She reached over and turned it. "Whatever the results say," she said. "Whatever they say," Kwang-soo confirmed. She poured the tea, and set a second cup down for him. He did not usually drink tea, but he had been drinking it since month 2 of their marriage, quietly, without mentioning it, the way you adopt the small habits of people who matter to you. He picked up the cup. They stood in the kitchen, the woman who had been kicked to the floor of a waiting room that morning, and the man who had walked through the doors and extended his hand. And they drank their tea, and the silver car was gone from the street outside, And Suran was asleep in the guest room, with the particular deep sleep of someone who has finally put down what they were carrying. And the baby moved once, slow and rolling, like a punctuation mark at the end of a very long sentence. And the night held them. Not perfectly, not without cost or complication, or the knowledge that more was coming. There was still Thursday. There were still results to wait for. There were still conversations that needed to happen, with Suran, and about the 9 years, with the world, about the man who had spent 5 years building leverage over someone he did not understand, about the child who would arrive and reshape everything the way children always do, by simply existing with total confidence in their right to be here. But tonight, just this one night, the worst of it had passed, and they were still standing. You stayed through every twist. You already know this is the kind of story that gets into your bones. The most emotional stories belong to those who never miss a chapter. Subscribe and be the first one here every single time a new story begins. Are you lost too? He turned his head slowly. Standing 2 feet away from him was a little girl. She was small, maybe 4 or 5, with thick braids that had clearly been neat at the beginning of the day, but were now slightly unraveling on the right side. She had a pink rolling suitcase almost as tall as she was, a backpack shaped like a turtle, and a yellow raincoat 1 size too big. She was looking at him with complete, fearless curiosity. No calculation. No threat assessment. Just genuine interest in another human being. The kind of look only children give. He glanced around the immediate area. No adult rushing toward her. No panicked parent nearby. Just the late-night crowd of Terminal C. Travelers slumped against luggage. Phones glowing against tired faces. A cleaning machine humming somewhere in the distance. "Where is your mother?" he asked. She pointed vaguely toward the airline service desk 30 meters away. "She's talking to the airplane people. Our flight got canceled. She told me to stay by the orange chair." She looked around with a small frown. "But there are a lot of orange chairs." He almost smiled. "I've been walking for a little bit," she added, with the gravity of someone confessing something significant. Every instinct he had said to take her to a staff member, hand her over, return to his seat. Clean, efficient, uninvolved. Instead, he heard himself say, "Yes." She blinked. "Yes, what?" "Yes," he said. "I'm lost too." She considered this with the seriousness of a small judge. Then she nodded once and sat down beside him, dragging her enormous suitcase in front of her like a shield. "My name is Lila," she said. "I'm 5. What's your name?" He told her. She tried it. Got it wrong by 1 syllable. Didn't apologize. "That's a hard name," she said, without any cruelty. Just observation. "Yes," he agreed. "My mommy has a hard name too. People always say it wrong." She smiles and lets them. Lila swung her feet, which didn't reach the floor. "Do you smile when people say your name wrong?" "No." "What do you do?" "I correct them." She nodded slowly. "My mommy says that's valid too." He looked at her sideways. "You talk like you're 30. She seemed pleased by this. "My mommy says I came out already knowing things." A silence settled between them, oddly comfortable, the kind that doesn't need to be filled. Then, "Why do you look sad?" He didn't answer immediately. He was not in the habit of answering personal questions. He was barely in the habit of being asked them. "I was waiting for someone," he said finally. "Did they not come?" "No." She thought about this with her whole face, forehead creased, lips pressed together. Then she said quietly, "My mommy says grown-ups get lost in their hearts, not their feet." The words landed somewhere he hadn't expected. He had been sitting in Terminal C for 3 hours. He had come to Chicago following a thread so thin it barely existed. Its contact had mentioned a name in passing, said she might be passing through O'Hare tonight. He hadn't told anyone he was coming. He had simply boarded a plane and crossed an ocean. And what that said about him was something he preferred not to examine too closely. She hadn't come through the gate. He had watched every face, every coat, every woman with that particular walk. The kind that looks like someone who always knows exactly where they're going, even when they don't. Nobody. His own flight had departed 40 minutes later. He had not moved. Now he was sitting with the wreckage of that choice, and a cold cup of black coffee, and a 5-year-old who had just said the most accurate thing anyone had said to him in years. Maybe she got lost too, Lila added, still watching a luggage cart roll past in the distance. He went quiet, not the comfortable kind. "We should find your mother," he said. "Yes." She slid off the seat, grabbed her suitcase handle with both hands. "She's probably doing the face." "What face?" Lila scrunched her nose, pressed her lips together, and produced the expression of someone trying desperately to remain calm while spectacularly failing at it. He recognized it. He had made people wear that expression many times, in rooms with considerably higher stakes than a canceled flight. "Come," he said, standing. He didn't reach for her hand. He had no experience with children. None. And had spent his adult life making sure of it. But Lila solved the problem by reaching up and wrapping her fingers around 2 of his without asking. The way you pick up something that clearly belongs in your hand. Her hand was very small. He walked stiffly for 3 steps, then something in him adjusted and simply allowed it. They moved through the terminal, the man in the black suit and the small girl in the yellow raincoat, her pink suitcase rattling loudly across the tile. A passing businessman glanced at them and then looked quickly away, as if he'd interrupted something private. They reached the airline service desk. Long line. He scanned the crowd. "Is she here?" he asked. Lila stood on her toes. "No. Maybe she went back to find me." "Do you know her number?" Lila recited it without hesitation. He looked at her. "She made me learn it," Lila said. "She said if I'm ever lost, I find a safe person and give them the number." She studied him. "You look safe." No one had ever called him that. Not once. He dialed. 4 rings. Voicemail. A woman's voice. Warm, composed. The voice of someone who had learned a long time ago to sound steady even when she wasn't. Said, "You've reached Naya. Leave a message, and I'll get back to you." He went completely still. Not because of what she said, because of the voice itself. He had carried that voice in his memory for 6 years. He had told himself he'd probably distorted it, made it something it wasn't, the way grief quietly edits things it's trying to keep alive. But there it was. Exactly as he remembered, he ended the call without leaving a message. "Is she not answering?" Lila asked. "Busy," he said. His voice came out steady. He was good at steady. "We'll look for her." "Okay," Lila said, with the total trust of someone who has made a decision and sees no reason to revisit it. "Stop right here." A little girl walked up to a stranger in a crowded airport and decided he looked safe. Out of everyone sitting in that terminal, she chose him. If that image is sitting somewhere in your chest right now, don't let it pass quietly. Subscribe and stay with this story, because what's coming is going to reach somewhere you weren't expecting. Drop a comment and tell us, has a stranger ever made you feel less alone? Even briefly. Even in the most unlikely place. The people who know what that feels like are exactly who this channel was built for. They checked the gate areas, the family restrooms, the small cafe still open at the far end of the concourse, where a tired barista was wiping the counter with the slow movements of someone counting down the last minutes of their shift. No one. Lila had not panicked. She walked beside him with the careful composure of a child who had decided that worrying was not useful, though he could see she was gripping her suitcase handle tighter than before. "Tell me about your mother," he said, partly to distract her, only partly. Lila considered where to begin. She works very hard. She goes on lots of planes. She says it's for her job. But I think she also just likes looking at clouds. She dragged her suitcase over a seam in the floor. She makes really good tea. She's teaching me Swahili. And she laughs really loud when something is funny. Not a polite laugh. A real one. Do you laugh like that? She asked. No. My mommy says real laughing is brave. She looked up at him. Maybe you just need more things to laugh at. He didn't answer. But something in him moved, like a door opening a crack in a room that had been sealed for a long time. What does she look like? He asked. He kept his voice entirely neutral. She's tall, dark skin. Her eyes are really pretty. Her hair is big and soft, Lila thought. And she always smells like orange soap. Not fake orange, like real ones. He slowed almost imperceptibly. Something moved through him that he didn't examine. She sounds like someone worth knowing, he said quietly. She's the best person, Lila said without hesitation. She also makes jollof rice that makes your eyes close when you eat it. She glanced at him. Do you like jollof rice? I've never had it. Lila stopped walking and looked at him with the full weight of 5.5 years of accumulated life experience. That's sad, she said. He almost laughed. Not quite. But the closest he had come in a long time. They found the food court near the central hub, still partially lit. A few travelers scattered at tables. He steered them to a seat with clear sight lines to 2 different walkways, and sat with his back to the wall, out of a habit so old he no longer noticed he was doing it. Lila climbed into the seat across from him and propped her chin in both hands. You look like you're thinking very hard, she observed. I am. About finding my mommy? He said nothing. She accepted his silence with the equanimity of someone who has spent 5 years learning that adults don't always answer, and that this is their problem, not yours. Are you hungry? He asked. A little bit. What do you want? She thought about it with appropriate gravity. Hot chocolate, and something with cheese. He returned from the kiosk with hot chocolate, a cheese pretzel, and a bottle of water. Because he had no idea what children were supposed to drink, and water seemed like the safest guess. Lila wrapped both hands around the cup and took one small, careful sip. Good, she announced. She ate her pretzel in pieces, tearing each section with great precision. He watched the walkways. Do you have kids? She asked. No. Do you want them? I haven't thought about it. She found this answer insufficient. Why not? I didn't have time. My mommy didn't have time either, she said. But then she had me. A pause. She says I was a surprise, but not the scary kind, the good kind. He looked at her carefully. How old are you? He asked. 5. 5 fingers. Patient with the question. 5.5 almost. He was quiet. Outside the terminal windows, the storm had picked up. Rain moved sideways across the glass. Runway lights blurred and shifted in the wet. Do you have a dad? He asked. He kept his voice entirely even. Lila picked at her pretzel. My mommy says my dad is a story she's not ready to tell yet. Silence. She said when I'm older, Lila added. Then she looked up at him. Why are your eyes doing that? Doing what? They got big. Grown-ups' eyes don't usually go big. He looked away, back to the walkways, a story she's not ready to tell. He was a man who operated in certainties, data, verified facts, before action. He had nothing concrete here, only a sequence of small things pointing somewhere he wasn't ready to name. He would not build a conclusion on this. He was not that kind of man. But his hands were very still on the table in the specific way they went still when everything inside him was moving very fast. Let's find your mother, he said. Have you ever stood in front of something? A moment, a single sentence, a face you weren't prepared for, and felt the structure of everything you thought you knew shift underneath you. Not collapse, just shift. If you've ever loved someone and lost them in a way you couldn't explain even to yourself, this comment section wants to hear from you. Not the polished version, the real one. Subscribe if you've been here long enough to know this is where people come when they want to feel something true. Silence right now would feel like walking away from your own story. They moved with more urgency now. Lila matched his pace with small, quick steps, her hand back in his, her suitcase rattling loyally behind her. She had stopped chattering. She seemed to sense, the way children do, that something in him had changed, and that the change required quiet. "She'll be near the help people," Lila said after a while. "She always goes where the help people are. She says, find the person whose job it is to solve the problem." "Smart," he said. "She's the smartest," Lila said. Then, after a pause, "She's also been a little sad lately. She thinks I don't notice." He looked down at her. "What makes you think she's sad?" he asked carefully. Lila shrugged one shoulder. "She gets a look sometimes, when she's not talking, like she's thinking about something far away." She glanced up at him. "Do you know that look?" He said nothing. "I think everyone has someone they think about like that," Lila continued, with the calm authority of a philosopher who happens to be wearing a turtle backpack, even when they don't say it. He looked straight ahead. "How long has she had that look?" he asked. Lila thought about it. "Always," she said simply. "For as long as I can remember." The information desk was near the central hub. A woman in a navy blazer was speaking into a radio, with the efficient calm of someone managing their 15th minor crisis of the night. He stepped forward. "There's a missing child alert already filed," he said. "She's here. Her name is Lila. Her mother should be somewhere in this terminal." The woman looked at Lila, then at him, then at her screen. Relief loosened her shoulders visibly. "We do have an active alert." She picked up her radio. "Can I ask your name, sir?" A pause. "Tell her someone found her." The woman blinked, then relayed the message. A brief response came back through the static, too fragmented to make out clearly. But the woman's expression shifted in a way he noticed. A small, involuntary thing, like a person who has just heard something unexpected. Lila looked up at him. Looked straight ahead. The family assistance room was 5 minutes away. He had walked into rooms where the outcome could have ended his life and had not slowed his pace. This was a room with a woman and a child, and a canceled flight. He did not slow down now, but he was aware of everything. The length of each corridor, the weight of Lila's hand, the sound of his own footsteps on the tile, a story she's not ready to tell. He turned the final corner. And there she was, standing outside the family room, speaking to a security officer, phone gripped in both hands. Her back was straight in the way that people hold themselves when they are afraid and have decided that showing it is not an option. Long, dark coat, hair pulled up, a few pieces fallen loose around her face. She looked exactly as he remembered. And nothing like what he had been imagining for 6 years, because imagination always flattens people into the version you need, and the real person is always fuller and more complicated and more devastating than that. She turned before Lila could call out. She turned as if she felt the weight of being looked at from across the corridor. Her eyes found Lila first. Instant, overwhelming relief flooding her face. And she dropped to her knees and opened her arms, and Lila ran the last 10 feet, suitcase rattling behind her, and crashed into her mother. And they held each other with the specific tightness of people who have just been reminded that love is not a feeling. It is a grip. He stood still. Then the woman looked up. She looked up the way you do when you already know what you'll find, when the body has already processed what the mind hasn't caught up to yet. Her eyes found him. She went completely still. Not the frightened kind. The kind that happens when the world rearranges itself in 1 second, and every category you have used to organize your life stops making sense at the same time. He watched something move through her face that he couldn't aim. Something that traveled like water through a cracked surface, finding every line. Neither of them spoke. Lila pulled back from her mother's arms, looked between the two adults and said, "I found him." The security officer quietly stepped back. The woman stood slowly, one hand still on her daughter's shoulder, and stared at the man in the black suit who had crossed an ocean on a rumor and missed his flight and spent an hour holding her daughter's hand through a terminal he had no business being in. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Her voice was careful, exactly as careful as it needed to be. "I was in the area," he said. Something crossed her face. Not quite a smile, not quite the opposite of one. "Terminal C," she said. "Gate C-14. She stared at him. "How long?" she asked. "Long enough to miss my flight." A silence. The ambient sounds of the terminal, distant announcements, rolling luggage, the muffled storm, filled the space where the next words should have been. "Because of me?" she asked. He didn't answer. That was answer enough. She looked down at her daughter. Lila was watching both of them with her chin slightly raised and her hands clasped around her turtle backpack, wearing the expression of a 5-year-old who has done something she is quietly and completely proud of. "Did you tell him anything?" the woman asked softly. "I told him my name," Lila said. "And I told him you have a look." The woman closed her eyes briefly, opened them. "What look?" "The one," Lila said simply, as if this required no further elaboration from anyone. The woman looked at him again. This time, the careful composure had shifted slightly. Not falling, just no longer sitting perfectly in place, the way a mask shifts when the person wearing it gets tired. "Can we sit down?" she said. "This is the moment where you need to take a side." He crossed an ocean on a rumor, sat in an airport for hours, and missed his flight. All for a woman who walked out of his life 6 years ago without a single word. She built an entire life in his absence. And now they're standing 10 feet apart in a midnight terminal with a 5-year-old between them who has already decided how this ends. Who do you think carries more of the weight here? Who had the right to make the choices they made? Drop your position in the comments, because this conversation is going to be something. Subscribe if you believe the most complicated love stories are the ones most worth following. They found seats near the large windows at the far end of the concourse. Outside, the storm pushed rain in sheets across the glass. Runway lights dissolved and reformed in the wet. Somewhere in the dark, a plane was making its slow, patient way through the night, wing lights blinking red and white. Lila sat between them. She had pulled her turtle backpack into her lap and was hugging it against her chest, her eyes moving quietly between the two adults, like someone reading a book. They have been waiting, a long time to reach. The woman was looking at her hands. He was watching the window. "How did you find out I was here?" she asked. "A contact. Someone mentioned your name. And you came." "Yes," she exhaled. "From Seoul." "Yes." She nodded once, filing it away. "I called your number," he said, "when we were looking for you. Lila gave it to me." The woman looked at her daughter. "You gave him my number." "He looked safe," Lila said again, with total unshakable confidence. The woman looked back at him, and something in her expression broke at the edges. "She's right," she said quietly. "You are. You always were. That was never the problem." "Then what was?" he said. Not a question. The quiet, final kind of statement that expects an answer. She looked at Lila. "Baby," she said softly, "can you take your suitcase and sit by that big window and count how many airplane lights you can see?" Lila looked at the window, then at her mother. "Will you still be here?" I'm not going anywhere, she said. Lila slid off the seat, took her suitcase, walked to the window, pressed her forehead against the glass, and began to count. 1, 2. The woman turned to face him fully. I left because I found out I was pregnant, she said. He said nothing. I sat with it for 3 days, tried to think clearly and couldn't. Your world, the risk. Not of you. I knew you. I knew exactly how far you would go to protect something you loved. She paused. That was exactly what scared me. Not that you'd fail, that you'd succeed. I didn't want her to grow up in the middle of all of it, even with your protection, even if it held perfectly. She looked at her hands. I wanted her to have a life that was hers, without the weight. He was quiet for a long moment. You made that choice alone, he said. Yes. Without telling me. Yes. That wasn't yours to make alone. I know. Her voice didn't flinch. I've known that for 5 years. I don't have a defense for it. I made the choice I could make at the time. She looked at him steadily. And I have carried it every single day since. From the window, Lila's small voice drifted back. 7. 8. I see a big one. Neither of them looked away from each other. She knows about you, the woman said before he could ask. Not everything. Pieces. She knows someone helped me once. Someone who... She stopped. Someone I didn't stop thinking about. She said the last part quietly, like something being admitted after a long time under pressure. He let that sit. What do you want to do? He asked. She looked at him for a long time. I want to stop running from the answer to that question, she said. Then stop, he said. She looked at him the way people look when they want to believe something is as simple as it sounds, and know from experience that it isn't. It's not just us, she said. I know. There are people in your world who would look at her and see a leverage point. I know that too. So how? I'll handle it. He said. That's exactly what I was afraid you'd say. Because it's true. Because you believe it's true, she said. And you've always believed it. That's not the same thing. He looked at her. Has anything happened to you in 6 years? Anyone who found you, who came for you, who made you feel unsafe? She paused. No, she admitted. Because I made sure of it, he said quietly. She stared at him. You were watching, she said. It wasn't entirely a question. I stopped looking for you after 2 years, he said. I didn't stop making sure you were safe. The silence that followed was a different kind than all the others. Not the silence of absence, or accusation, or old pain. The silence of something being understood for the first time. At the window, Lila announced, 13. No, wait. 12. One of them is a car. Neither of them spoke for a moment. Then the woman said, very quietly, Why? He looked at her. You know why, he said. She looked down at her hands again. When she looked back up, her eyes were bright, not tears. Something more restrained than that. The specific brightness of a person who has been holding something for so long, they've forgotten what it feels like to put it down. What happens now? She asked. That depends on what you're willing to do, he said. I live in London, she said. I know. She blinked. Kensington, he said. The building with the green door, 3rd floor. She stared at him. You've known where I was, she said slowly. For 4 years. And you never came. You needed space, he said. I gave it to you. She was quiet for a long moment. He could see her reassembling something inside herself, taking information she had organized one way and having to organize it completely differently. You were waiting for me to come back, she said. I was waiting, he said, for you to be ready. She looked at him for a long time, Then she looked at Lila, who had turned from the window and was watching them both with ancient, careful eyes. "Mommy," Lila called. "I think the storm is stopping." The woman looked at the window. She was right. The rain had slowed. The glass was clearing. The runway lights held steady now, no longer dissolving. She looked back at him. "She has your eyes," the woman said quietly. I've never said that out loud before. Something happened in his chest that he did not have a name for. Not the absence of feeling. The opposite of that. The specific sensation of something returning to a place it had been kept out of for so long that the return itself felt like pain and relief at exactly the same time. "I want to know her," he said. The woman held his gaze. "She already knows you," she said. "She just didn't have a name for you yet." Lila stood up from the window seat, picked up her backpack and her suitcase, walked back to them, and climbed into the seat between them with the ease of someone who had always planned to be exactly here. She looked at him, then at her mother, then at the narrowed space between the two adults, which was measurably smaller than it had been when she'd left for the window. "Are you still lost?" she asked him. He looked at this child, at the woman beside her, at the rain-cleared glass and the steady runway lights, and the long night that still had hours left in it, and whatever came after the night. "No," he said. Lila nodded once, satisfied, as if the entire evening had proceeded exactly according to a plan she had made in her head when she first walked up to a stranger and asked him a question that had no wrong answer. She leaned sideways against her mother. Her mother put one arm around her, and after a moment, without looking at him, the woman reached across Lila and placed her hand over his on the armrest. Not a gesture, not a statement, just a hand finding another hand in the dark. He turned his palm over and held on. Outside, the storm was gone, the first pale edge of something that wasn't yet dawn, but was the direction of it, sat low on the horizon beyond the runway. Somewhere in the terminal, a flight was being called. A gate was opening. The airport was slowly, quietly beginning its next chapter. And three people who had found each other in the most unlikely way, in the most unlikely place, on the most unlikely night, sat together near a window and breathed for the first time in a very long time. But here is what none of them knew yet. What was waiting on the other side of that night would test every single thing they had just chosen. Because the man in the black suit had a world. And that world had people in it. People who had been watching the same thread he followed to Chicago. People who understood, better than anyone, that the one way to reach a man who fears nothing is to find the thing he would give everything to protect. And somewhere in that airport, in the early hours of the morning, a phone was ringing in a jacket pocket that did not belong to him. And the person calling it knew exactly where he was. If you made it to the end of this first chapter, you already know this story is not finished. Not even close. There is a world waiting outside that airport. A world with enemies in it, with secrets that haven't surfaced yet, with a little girl who chose a stranger and changed 3 lives in one night. If this story reached somewhere in you, subscribe. Not as a reflex, as a choice. Because this channel is where people who have loved complicated things, lost them, and kept going anyway, come to feel seen. Drop a comment, not a polite one, the real kind. Tell us what you felt in this first chapter. Tell us what you think is coming. We read every single one. Now let's dive into the next part. He almost didn't answer it. The phone had been vibrating in his inside jacket pocket for the past 40 seconds. He had felt it, counted the intervals, recognized the pattern. Not a random caller. Someone who knew his private number and was willing to call it 3 times in a row at 2 in the morning, which meant it was either an emergency or a provocation. In his world, those two things were often the same. He looked at the woman beside him. She had fallen into a light sleep against the window. Lila curled against her side. The little girl's yellow raincoat spread over both of them like a blanket someone had arranged with great care. Lila's mouth was slightly open. Her turtle backpack had fallen sideways on the seat. He had not slept. He had sat very still for the past hour and watched the two of them breathe and thought about things he did not yet have language for. He stood carefully, making sure not to disturb either of them, and walked 20 feet down the concourse before he answered. "You're in Chicago," the voice said. No greeting. No preamble. The voice of a man who had never once needed those things. He recognized it immediately. Low, unhurried. The particular cadence of someone who had not raised his voice in 20 years because he had never needed to. Park Sung-jin, 61 years old. The closest thing he had to a mentor, and therefore the person he trusted least in the world. In his world, proximity and trust moved in opposite directions. "I'm traveling," he said. "You missed your flight," Park said. "You have never missed a flight, not in 14 years. So I'm asking myself why a man like you sits in an airport for 3 hours instead of boarding his plane." He said nothing. "And then I ask myself," Park continued pleasantly, "whether this has anything to do with a name I heard you say once, a long time ago, in a conversation you thought I wasn't listening to." The concourse was quiet at this hour. A cleaner moved slowly at the far end. Somewhere overhead, the ventilation system breathed. "What do you want, Sung-jin?" he said. "I want you in Seoul by Friday," Park said. "There's a situation. It can't wait, and it cannot be handled at a distance." A pause, the deliberate kind. "And I want to make sure that whatever you think you found tonight doesn't become a liability." The word landed the way Park intended it to, placed, not thrown. "I'll be in Seoul by Friday," he said. "Good." Another pause. "And the woman?" "Is not your concern." "Everything that affects you is my concern," Park said. "That's why you're still alive. Think carefully about what you're doing. A man in your position, with your profile. If someone finds out you have a weakness, they won't come for you. They'll come for her." The line went quiet. He stood in the concourse for a moment after the call ended, phone in his hand. Then he looked back down the terminal toward the window, where the woman and the child were sleeping. Park was not wrong about the risk. He was never wrong about the risk. That was what made him dangerous. He identified threats accurately and addressed them without sentiment, and the distance between identifying a threat and eliminating it was very short in his world. The question was whether Park saw the woman and the child as a threat to him, or as a threat to Park's own carefully maintained structure. He thought he knew the answer. He walked back to the seats and sat down. The woman stirred at his return, her eyes opening halfway. "What time is it?" she asked, her voice low with sleep. "Almost 4. She looked at Lila, still asleep against her. Something moved through her face. Something private and complete. The look of a mother watching her child sleep that belongs to no one else. Then she looked at him, and the look became more complicated. "You didn't sleep," she said. "I got a call." She was awake immediately. Not the slow kind of awake, the kind that had learned over years to arrive fast. "From your world," she said. "Yes." She looked at him carefully. "How bad?" "Not bad yet," he said. "But it's a signal. Someone is paying attention to the fact that I'm here." She absorbed this without visible alarm, which was one of the things about her that had always stopped him. This quality of receiving difficult information without performing a reaction to it. She processed underneath and showed you the result, not the processing. "What does that mean for tonight?" she asked. "It means I need to move carefully," he said. "It means that whatever we decide here, we decide it, knowing that my world is not a thing I can simply step out of. Not immediately. Possibly not ever completely." She looked at her hands. "I know that," she said. "I need you to know it differently now," he said. "Not theoretically, actually." She looked up. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure you're both protected. But protection in my world is not a passive thing. It requires structure. It requires decisions. It requires you to trust that I know what I'm doing, even when I can't explain every step to you." She was quiet for a long moment. "That's what I couldn't do before," she said. "Trust what I couldn't see." "I know. And you're asking me to do it now." "I'm telling you," he said, "that I understand why you couldn't then. And I'm asking you to consider whether anything has changed." She looked at him steadily. "Has anything changed?" "Yes," he said. "I have." She searched his face. He let her look. He had nothing to hide tonight. "How?" she asked. He thought about how to say it honestly. He was not practiced at this. He was practiced at precision, at strategy, at language that did exactly the work required and nothing more. But this required something different. "I spent 6 years telling myself I had moved past it," he said. "I built things. I worked. I was efficient. I was effective. And none of it," he paused, "none of it felt like it was for anything. I didn't understand that until tonight, until a 5-year-old sat down next to me and held my hand, and I couldn't think of a single reason to let go." The woman didn't move. "She does that," she said softly. "She finds the thing people need, and she just offers it. She's been doing it since she could walk." "Where does she get it?" he asked. The woman looked at him for a long moment. "Her father was the bravest person I ever met," she said, "and the loneliest. She got his courage and decided to use it differently." He went very still. Outside the window, the sky had thinned from black to a deep, dark blue. Not dawn yet, the suggestion of it. "She's mine," he said. He said it quietly, not as a question, not as an accusation, just as a fact being spoken aloud for the first time. "Yes," she said. "And you were going to—" "I don't know what I was going to do," she said, and her voice cracked slightly on it, the first crack of the whole night. "I told myself I was protecting her, and I was. I was also protecting myself from having to come back and face what I'd done, and face what I still felt, and face you standing in front of me like—" She stopped. "Like what?" he said. She looked at him. "Like someone I never stopped loving," she said, "even when I was furious at myself for it." The word sat between them in the quiet of the terminal, enormous and plain. He reached across and took her hand. Not a gesture, not a statement, just a hand finding another hand, the way his daughter had shown him it was done. Without ceremony, without condition, because the person beside you needs to know you are there. She looked down at their joined hands. Then she turned her palm over and held on. "Have you ever been so afraid of losing something that you destroyed it yourself, just to control the ending? Have you ever carried a choice for years that you knew was wrong and right at the same time, and had no idea how to put it down? If this moment is sitting somewhere in your chest right now, you're not alone in it. This community was built for the people who have loved at full cost. Subscribe if you've been here long enough to know that. And drop a comment, a real one, not polite. The kind you'd leave if no one was watching. We read every single one. They sat like that as the terminal slowly filled with the first sounds of the early morning. Gate agents arriving, luggage carts rolling, the lights brightening overhead as the airport shifted from its nighttime quiet into its daytime self. Lila woke at 5, with the immediate alert eyes of her father and the composure of her mother. Sat up, assessed the situation. Her mother's hand in the hand of the man from last night. Her turtle backpack still present. Her suitcase still standing. And nodded once as if confirming that things had proceeded as expected. "Are we getting breakfast?" she asked. The woman laughed. It was the real kind. The loud, unguarded kind. The kind that didn't ask permission, and it moved through the terminal like light through a window, and he felt it land somewhere in the center of his chest and stay there. They found the cafe that had just opened. Lila ordered eggs with the butter on the side with the authority of someone who had been burned before. The woman ordered coffee, and he ordered enough food for both of them, and she looked at the plate when it arrived, and then looked at him and said nothing, which was its own kind of surrender. They ate in the comfortable silence of people who have moved past the part that required words. Lila narrated quietly, the man asleep at his table, the woman with the enormous suitcase, the small, anxious dog in the carrier under the chair of a young man who kept checking his phone. "That dog knows something the man doesn't know yet," Lila said. "The dog is anxious about travel," the woman said. "No," Lila said firmly. "That's a different face." He looked at the dog. The dog looked back with the steady, mournful gaze of an animal who had seen too much. "She might be right," he said. The woman pointed her fork at him. "You have been here one night." "Long enough," he said. She fought the smile. Lost. He watched her lose it and felt something settle, in him, that had been unsettled for years. After breakfast, they walked back through the terminal, Lila a few steps ahead, narrating to her turtle backpack. He and the woman walked beside each other, close enough that their arms touched occasionally. "I have to go back to Seoul," he said. "I know. There are things I need to close out, decisions I need to make about how I operate going forward. It won't be immediate. It won't be simple." "I'm not asking you to dismantle your life overnight," she said. "But there are parts of it that have to change." "Yes," she said. "There are." "I need to know you understand what that process looks like," he said. "It's not clean. There will be moments where I have to do things you won't like in order to reach the outcome we both want." She was quiet for a moment. "Will you tell me the truth when I ask?" "Yes." "Even when it's difficult?" "Especially then," he said. She looked at him. "That's all I ever needed," she said. "Not perfection. Not a different life. Just the truth." "I know that now," he said. "I didn't know how to give it before." She held his gaze. Neither did I. Ahead of them, Lila had stopped and turned around, supervising their walking distance with visible concern. "You're too far apart again," she said. He looked at the woman. The woman looked at him. He held out his arm. She looked at it for exactly 1 second, the second of a person stepping off something they have been standing on for 6 years, and then she put her hand through his, and they walked to the gate together, while Lila watched with quiet, complete satisfaction, and then turned and led the way. At the gate, Lila fell asleep again almost instantly, her head in her mother's lap. The woman stroked her hair without looking at it. "She really does have your eyes," she said softly. He looked at the sleeping child, at the face he had not known for 5 years, and could not imagine not knowing now. "I want to be there," he said. "Not from a distance, actually there, for the things that matter." "School pickups," she said. "Weekend arguments about butter being on the side." "All of it," he said. She looked at him. "You understand what that means, what it looks like from the outside. People will find out." "Let them find out," he said. "Your people. My people will understand that she is protected," he said. "Not a vulnerability, not a leverage point. Protected. Anyone who thinks otherwise will be corrected. She heard the weight in the word corrected and did not flinch from it. "And Park?" she asked. He looked at her. "You heard the name?" "I was half asleep," she said. "Not fully." He almost smiled. "Park is a problem I will handle before I arrive in London." She looked at him carefully. "Handle how?" "Carefully," he said, "and permanently." She was quiet. Then, "Promise me it won't come to our door." "It won't come to your door," he said. "I will make sure of it before I step onto that plane." She studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded once. The nod of someone who has decided to believe something, not because they have proof, but because they have chosen to. "When will you come?" she asked. 2 weeks, he said. "Maybe less." "Lila will ask every day." "Tell her 2 weeks," he said. "I'll try to make it less." She looked at him. "Don't try. Do it. She counts things. She'll hold you to it." "Good," he said. She looked surprised by that. "I need someone to hold me to things," he said. "I've spent 20 years with no one to answer to." She held his gaze. "How has that been?" "Efficient," he said, "and completely empty." The gate agent called the London flight. The woman woke Lila with the quiet, practiced motion of someone who had done it thousands of times. And Lila came back to herself in the way she always did. Immediately, completely, with zero transition. She found her backpack, checked her suitcase, stood up. Then she looked at him. "Are you coming?" she asked. "Not on this one," he said. She looked at him steadily. "But you're coming." "Yes." "To London." "To London." She thought about this for a moment. Then she reached into her turtle backpack and took out a piece of paper, folded many times, slightly crumpled, clearly important to her for some time. She unfolded it carefully with both hands. A crayon drawing. A small figure in yellow. A tall figure in dark. Between them, 2 hands connected. The hands were drawn in careful, deliberate strokes, slightly smudged, but clearly intentional. Clearly done more than once until they looked right. She held it out to him. He took it. "So you remember what we look like," she said. He looked at the drawing for a long moment. Something moved through him that had no name and didn't need one. He folded it carefully and placed it in his inside jacket pocket. "I won't forget," he said. She nodded, satisfied, and then took her mother's hand without ceremony and began walking toward the gate. The woman paused at the entrance. She turned back. She looked at him standing in the gate area with a child's crayon drawing in his pocket, and the morning coming through the windows behind him, and everything that had been impossible for 6 years, somehow arranged differently now. Not simple, not clean, but possible. Actually possible. 2 weeks, she said. "Less," he said. She held his gaze one last moment. Then she turned and walked through the gate. He watched until the door closed behind them. Then he sat down in the empty gate area and did something he had not done in longer than he could remember. He made a call that had nothing to do with strategy. He called his own lawyer, his personal one, not the firm's. He gave him instructions, specific ones, the kind that take years to prepare for and seconds to say, about a trust, about a name to be added to documents, about the kind of protection that exists on paper and therefore cannot be argued with. Then he made the second call. Park answered on the first ring. "I've been thinking about what you said," he told him. "Good," Park said. "You were right that having something to lose makes a man vulnerable," he said. "You were wrong about what to do about it." Silence. "I'm not removing the vulnerability," he said. "I'm making sure that anyone who looks at it understands that touching it is not a survivable decision." A long pause. "That's a significant shift," Park said. "Yes," he said. "It is." And if I told you I had concerns about the stability of that position, I would tell you, he said quietly, that I have concerns about the stability of anyone who shares those concerns. Are we understanding each other? Another pause. Longer. Perfectly, Park said. Good. I'll be in Seoul Thursday. We'll close out the situation and then I have somewhere to be. He ended the call. He sat for a moment in the quiet of the empty gate. Outside, the sun had fully risen now. The runway was lit and clear, and the morning was doing what mornings do, arriving without asking permission, making everything visible that the dark had covered. He took the crayon drawing out of his pocket, unfolded it, looked at it. A small figure in yellow, a tall figure in dark, 2 hands holding each other in the middle, done in the careful, deliberate strokes of a 5-year-old who had decided what the picture should look like and had not stopped until it was right. She had made this before tonight, before she walked up to a stranger in a terminal and asked him if he was lost. She had already drawn the ending. He folded it back carefully and put it away. Then he picked up his phone and rebooked his flight. Not Seoul direct. Seoul, then London. 10 days, not 2 weeks. He had things to close, a world to restructure from the inside, decisions that would take time and care, and the specific kind of precision that meant no loose ends, no exposure, nothing that could follow him through the door he was about to walk through. But the door existed now. It had a green frame and a 3rd-floor flat, and a little girl who counted things and held people's hands without asking, and had drawn a picture of an ending she believed in, before she had any reason to. He stood up. He walked through the terminal in the full morning light, past the cafe where they had eaten breakfast, past the gate where they had slept, past the spot in Terminal C where a small girl had rolled a pink suitcase up to a man in a black suit, and asked him the question that had rearranged his entire life in the space of a single night. He did not look like a man who was lost. He looked like a man who knew exactly where he was going. And 9 days later, on a Tuesday morning in London, a black car stopped outside a building with a green door in Kensington. A man in a dark coat stepped out, carrying nothing except a small package and a crayon drawing folded in his inside pocket. He pressed the buzzer for the 3rd floor. A few seconds passed. Then a voice, small, immediate, completely unsurprised, came through the speaker. "I knew it would be less than 2 weeks, Lila said. He stood at the green door. "You counted," he said. "Every day," she said. The door buzzed open. He went in, and upstairs, on the 3rd floor, a woman stood in the hallway, with her arms folded and her eyes bright and her hair loose around her face. And beside her, a small girl in a yellow cardigan was bouncing slightly on her heels with the contained excitement of someone who has been waiting for something they were certain was coming. He stopped in the doorway. He looked at the woman. She looked at him. "You're early," she said. "I told you I'd try," he said. "You said less than 2 weeks. 9 days, he said. She held his gaze. Then her mouth curved. Slow. Real. The kind that started in the eyes first. 9 days, she said. Lila reached up and took his hand. He looked down at her. She looked up at him with those eyes, his eyes in her face clear and direct and entirely certain. "Come in," she said. "I'll show you my room." He stepped through the door. The woman closed it behind him. And outside, London carried on with its Tuesday morning. The traffic and the gray sky and the particular light of an autumn day that cannot decide between clouds and sun, entirely unaware that inside a 3rd-floor flat with a green door, 3 people were beginning something that had been a long time coming. Not perfect, not simple, but real and chosen. Fully, finally chosen. If you stayed until the end of this story, then you know that it was never really about an airport. It was about the things we abandon out of fear and spend years grieving quietly. About the children who see through every wall we build. About the love that survives our worst decisions and waits, not because it has no other choice, but because it knows something we haven't admitted yet. If this story reached something in you, subscribe. Not as a reflex, as a recognition. This channel is for people who understand that the most important arrivals are always the ones we almost didn't allow. Leave a comment and tell us what this story gave you. Tell us what it reminded you of. Tell us what you would have done differently. This community reads every word. And we will see you in the next story. The moment she stopped apologizing for her size was the moment her whole world tore open. Not slowly, all at once, like a sky splitting in two. And the man who thought he could use her body as a weapon against her had no idea that the most dangerous person in that mall was already watching. This story will remind you that healing does not always look gentle. Subscribe so you never miss a story that changes the way you see love. So fat a girl. Those words did not come out as a whisper, and they did not come out as a joke. They came out of Darren Cortez's mouth the way venom comes out of a snake, like it had been sitting there a long time, waiting. His hand was around her neck, not squeezing hard enough to leave a mark he couldn't explain. Just enough to remind her that he still believed he owned her. Selena Morgan did not scream. She had learned in 4 years of marriage to this man that screaming only made it worse. So she stood there in the middle of Galleria Crown Mall, a Saturday afternoon, people everywhere, pop music from a clothing store nearby, and she let him say it again. Look at you. So fat. You really came out here looking like this? She was wearing a yellow sundress. She had bought it 2 weeks after she signed the divorce papers. She had stood in that dressing room and cried a little when she saw herself. Not because she was ashamed, but because she had forgotten what it felt like to choose something for herself. She was still learning. Darren had spotted her from across the food court. She had been carrying 2 shopping bags and laughing at something her phone showed her, a meme her younger sister had sent. Real laughter, the kind she hadn't done in public in years. He had walked straight toward her like a man on a mission. "You think this is over?" he said, his grip on her neck just barely tightening. "You think you just walk away from me and that's it? You think anyone is going to want—" He stopped. He stopped because someone had taken hold of his wrist, not grabbed it, not yanked it, just held it. With a stillness so complete that Darren's whole body went quiet, the way a room goes quiet before thunder. Darren turned. The man standing there was not tall in the way that makes people notice from across a room. He was tall in the way that makes a room feel smaller. He was Korean, somewhere in his mid-30s, with a face that looked like it had been built for patience and used for something harder. He wore a plain dark shirt and dark trousers, no flashy watch, no sunglasses, nothing that should have made Darren's mouth go dry. But Darren's mouth went dry. "Let go," the man said. Just those 2 words. His English was perfectly clear. Darren laughed, the nervous kind, the kind that's really a question. "Excuse me? Who are?" The man did not repeat himself. What he did was look at Darren's hand, the one still loosely at Selena's neck, and then look at Darren's face. And something in that look made Darren release her without deciding to. Selena stepped back. She rubbed her neck, not because it hurt, but because the ghost of his touch was still there. The man, she did not know his name yet, looked at her for 1 second. Just one. Like he was checking that she was standing. Then he looked back at Darren. "Your ring," he said. Darren blinked. "No, what? Take it off." Darren actually laughed this time. "Are you serious right now? That's my—" I bought that ring, it's—" "You are divorced," the man said. It was not a question. Darren's laugh died. "How do you—" "Take it off." There was a pause that stretched like taffy. The food court noise kept going around them. Trays clattering, children running, someone calling an order number. But the three of them existed in a different kind of silence. Darren looked at the ring, a thick gold band. He had never taken it off even after the papers were signed. Selena had noticed that. She hadn't said anything about it. She had been afraid of what it meant. "I'm not taking off my—" The man reached out and took it off for him, not violently. That was the strangest part. He simply took Darren's hand, slid the ring off his finger, the way you'd help someone remove something that didn't belong to them, and held it between two fingers. Darren looked at his own bare hand, like he didn't recognize it. "Gosh, you will not speak to her again," the man said. "You will not come near her again. You will not—" He paused, and the pause was deliberate. "Think about her again." Darren opened his mouth. "I would not," the man said quietly. "Finish that sentence." Something in Darren Cortez, a man who had never in his life backed down from anything, a man who had once made a courtroom lawyer cry, decided that today was not the day. He looked at Selena once. Something complicated crossed his face. Then he walked away. Just like that. Selena stood there, her yellow dress, her 2 shopping bags, her heart doing something between falling and flying. The man turned to her. Up close, his eyes were dark brown and very calm, the kind of calm that comes from surviving things, not from avoiding them. "Are you hurt?" he asked. She almost laughed. In a strange, tilted way, she almost laughed. Because it had been so long since someone asked her, really asked her, that the words landed somewhere deep and old in her chest. "No," she said. "No, thank you." He nodded. He placed Darren's ring on a nearby empty table like it was trash and turned to leave. "Wait." The word jumped out of her before she decided to say it. He paused. "Who are you?" she asked. He looked at her for a moment. Something moved behind his eyes. Not quite a smile, but related to one. "Why, no one important," he said. And he walked away. She found out 3 days later that she was wrong. His name was Sung-Jin Bai, and he wasn't no one. He was, according to the very pale and very shaking man who showed up at her apartment door on a Tuesday morning. A man who introduced himself as an associate of Mr. Darren Cortez, the head of the Bay organization out of Ulsan. Selena stood in her doorway in her pajamas and her bonnet and said, "I'm sorry. The what organization?" The man, young, expensive suit, looking like he hadn't slept, said, We need to know your relationship with Sung-Jin Bai." "I don't have a relationship with him," she said. "He helped me in a mall 3 days ago. That's it." The man looked at her for a long moment, like he was trying to decide if she was lying or if she was genuinely this uninformed. "Ms. Morgan," he said carefully, "Sung-Jin Bai does not help people in malls. He doesn't. That's not something he—" The man stopped, collected himself. "He asked us to look into your ex-husband." Selena's hand tightened on the doorframe. "What?" "He asked us to look into Darren Cortez, his finances, his business associations, his activities." The man swallowed. "We found things." "What things?" The man reached into his jacket and pulled out a thin folder. He held it out. She took it. Inside were photographs, documents, so a property deed with her name on it, except she had never signed it. A bank account she didn't know existed, draining money from the joint account they'd had during the marriage, routed somewhere she didn't recognize. She looked up. He was stealing from me? "For approximately 3 years, the man said, before the divorce was finalized." The world tilted. Not dramatically, just quietly, the way a picture frame tilts on a wall, and you don't notice until the whole room looks wrong. For 3 years. While she was in that marriage, trying to hold it together, blaming herself for everything that was falling apart, he had been taking from her. Quietly. Systematically. Like she was a resource, not a person. "Why," she said slowly, "is Sungjin Bae looking into my ex-husband?" The man in the doorway looked deeply uncomfortable. "That's something you would have to ask him." "Then set up a meeting." The man blinked. "I'm sorry?" "A meeting," she said again, and her voice steadier than she expected. "With Mr. Bae." "Set it up." The restaurant he chose was not fancy. That surprised her. She had built a picture in her head of what the headquarters of a man like Sungjin Bae would look like. All dark glass and dangerous quiet. Instead, the address he had sent led her to a small Korean restaurant in a strip mall 40 minutes from her apartment. The kind of place with laminated menus and a fish tank by the door. She walked in wearing the same yellow dress. She wasn't sure why. Maybe because it was the dress she'd been wearing when her life changed. Maybe because wearing it again felt like refusing to let that moment belong to Darren. Sungjin Bae was already there, sitting in a corner booth, looking at his phone with the unhurried focus of a man who had nowhere else to be. He looked up when she came in. He stood, which she didn't expect, and gestured to the seat across from him. "You came," he said. "You helped me," she said. I wanted to understand why. They sat. A woman brought tea without being asked. Sungjin Bae looked at her with that same measuring calm from the mall. Not cold, not warm. Somewhere between them, like early morning before the day decides what it's going to be. "Your ex-husband," he said, "has business with a man named Kwang Soo." She didn't know that name. "Kwang Soo," he continued, "owes me a significant debt. For 3 years, he has been hiding money, using a series of shell companies. One of those companies," he paused, "used your name." She felt the bottom drop out of her stomach. "My name. Without your knowledge, your ex-husband introduced Kwang Soo to the arrangement. Darren Cortez has been profiting from it for 3 years, she said. "The folder your associate showed me said 3 years. He nodded once. "So," she said, working through it slowly. "When you saw Darren at the mall, I recognized him," Sungjin said. "I'd been looking for a connection to Kwang Soo for some time. I did not expect to find one in a food court." A pause. "I certainly did not expect to find him with his hand on someone's neck." Something shifted in his expression when he said that. Something brief and controlled, like a flame behind glass. "The ring," she said. "Why the ring specifically?" He looked at his tea. "A man who keeps wearing a ring after a divorce is a man who has not accepted that the marriage is over. That is a man who will keep showing up. Keep reminding." He looked up. "I have seen what that kind of man does." The way he said it, quiet and certain, and carrying something unspoken, made her not ask the follow-up question she had ready. Instead, she said, "What do you want from me?" "Nothing." "Mr. Bae." "Sungjin," he said, "and I mean it. I want nothing from you. The documents in that folder belong to you. The property deed can be contested. I have already had my legal team review it. You have a strong case." She stared at him. "Why are you doing this?" He didn't answer right away. He picked up his tea and held it without drinking. "Because it was the right thing to do," he said finally. It was such a simple answer. So simple it almost didn't fit in the conversation they were having. She looked at this man, this apparently very dangerous man, who had walked into her crisis like it was nothing, taken a ring off her ex-husband's finger without raising his voice, so now sat across from her in a strip mall restaurant, offering her legal help and calling it nothing. I don't trust people easily, she said. You shouldn't, he said. I especially don't trust people who say they want nothing. The corner of his mouth moved. Not quite a smile, but something. That is also reasonable. She wrapped both hands around her tea. Tell me about Kwang-soo. He told her. Not everything. She could tell he was choosing what to share, drawing lines she couldn't see. But what he told her was enough to understand the shape of the danger she hadn't known she was standing in the middle of. Kwang-soo had been using her name, her signature, forged, on documents that connected her, on paper, to 3 businesses. One of those businesses had been investigated twice by federal authorities. If anyone had pulled that thread before Sung Jin's team got to it, Selena Morgan would have been the name at the center of it. She sat with that for a moment. How close was it? She asked. 2 weeks, he said. There was an inquiry starting. My team intercepted it. Intercepted it how? He looked at her steadily. You don't want the details. I do, actually. No, he said, gently but final. You want to know if you're safe. The answer is yes. The inquiry has been redirected. Your name has been removed from every document. It will look, to anyone who checks, like you were never involved. She should have felt relieved. She did feel relieved. But underneath it was something else. A slow, climbing anger at the fact that this had been happening to her without her knowing. That while she was rebuilding her life, fighting to trust herself again, learning to wear yellow dresses and laugh at memes, someone had been using her name to do things that could have destroyed everything. I want to meet Kwang-soo, she said. Sung Jin set down his tea. No, he used my name. I know. He and Darren together. I know. His voice was still calm, but there was something underneath it now, something careful. And it will be handled. But you meeting Kwang-soo, that is not something I will arrange. Why not? Because he is not someone you meet, he said. He is someone you avoid. The way he said it, not dramatic, not trying to frighten her, just stating a fact the way you'd state the weather, made her believe him completely. Okay, she said, but I want to know when it's handled. He considered her for a moment. I can do that. She nodded. She picked up her bag. Ms. Morgan, he said. She paused. The yellow dress, he said. It suits you. She didn't know what to do with that. So she just said, thank you, and left. She sat in her car for 4 minutes before she started the engine. You have been reading a story that is only just beginning to turn. Want subscribe, because the next part will change everything you think you know about these two. Her sister Natty called that night. Natty was 3 years younger, infinitely louder, and currently living in another state for her graduate program. She had been the first person Selena called after the divorce. She had driven 14 hours to help her pack. So let me get this straight, Natty said over the phone. You ran into Darren at the mall. He grabbed your neck. And then a random Korean Mafia man appeared, took his ring off his finger, and now is trying to help you with your legal case. That's accurate, yes. Silence. Selena. I know. Selena. I know, Natty. You don't know, because if you knew, you'd be more excited. Girl, this is the most interesting thing that has happened to either of us in years, and you're describing it like you're reading a grocery list. I don't want to make it into something it isn't, Selena said. He has reasons for helping me. Business reasons. I'm connected to someone he's after. Yeah, okay, sure, Natty said, in the voice of someone who did not believe that for 1 second. He also complimented your dress. He said it suited me. That is a compliment, Selena. That is a man noticing you and choosing to say something kind. A pause. When did Darren last do that? Selena couldn't remember. She lay on her bed, looking at the ceiling, and couldn't remember a single time in 4 years that Darren had told her she looked nice without following it immediately with a but. I don't know him, she said quietly. You will, Nady said. Something tells me you will. Sung Jin's world was not built for gentleness. He had understood that from a young age. Growing up in Ulsan, watching his father run the Bai organization the way a surgeon runs an operating room. Precise, some bloodless on the surface, brutal in the details. He had inherited it at 26 when his father had a stroke that left him unable to speak. He had run it for 9 years since then. He was good at it. He was not always proud of it. He thought about that sometimes, in the early mornings before his team arrived, sitting in the small office above the restaurant that his team didn't know he thought of as a refuge. He kept it plain on purpose. No art on the walls. One chair. A desk. On a window that looked out at a parking lot. He thought about Selena Morgan more than he expected to. Not in the way his associates would have teased him for. He was careful about that distinction. Careful about keeping his thoughts where they belonged. But she had a quality he rarely encountered. She had been frightened, and she had not run. Most people, when they realize they are connected, even accidentally, to a man like Sung Jin Bai, they disappear. They take the help, and they don't ask questions, and they do not call his office and request meetings. She had requested a meeting. She had sat across from him and said, I want to know when it's handled with the matter-of-fact steadiness of someone used to handling things herself. He found that interesting. He was still thinking about it 5 days later, when his assistant, Mina, walked in and set a folder on his desk. Kwang-soo is moving, Mina said. Sung Jin looked up. Moving where? He's trying to leave the country. He's booked 3 different flights under 3 different names. He's also, she hesitated, been in contact with Darren Cortez. Sung Jin went still. What kind of contact? We're not sure yet. But Darren Cortez withdrew a significant amount of cash from an account yesterday. Not his main account. An account we hadn't flagged. Sung Jin leaned back in his chair. In his experience, when a frightened man like Kwang-soo started moving fast and started making calls, it meant one of 2 things. He was running, or he was trying to fix the problem himself. Fixing it himself meant making whoever stood between him and safety disappear. Sung Jin picked up his phone. He called Selena. She picked up on the 2nd ring. It was a Sunday morning, and she was, based on the sound in the background, watching something loud. Mr. Bae. Sung Jin, he corrected for the 2nd time. Right. Sung Jin, is something wrong? I need you to not be home for the next few days, he said. A pause. The background noise stopped. She had turned it off. Why? Her voice was different now. Alert. Kwang-soo is moving. He and Darren Cortez have made contact. I don't know yet what they're planning, but... You think they're planning something that involves me? I think it's possible. Another pause. He expected fear. He expected panic. And he had told people they were in danger before and knew the range of reactions. Tears. Yelling. Silence that fell apart into questions. Instead, she said, Can I come to you? He blinked. He was fairly certain that was the first time in 9 years someone had asked him that in that particular context. That would be, he started. Safe? Safer than my apartment? He thought about it honestly. Yes. Then I'm coming to you, she said. Give me 40 minutes. She arrived in 35 minutes. She had a small bag over one shoulder, and she was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, and her hair was in a high bun, and she looked, walking into his building, like someone who was afraid and had decided to be afraid here instead of alone at home. He met her in the lobby. You didn't have to come yourself, she said. I know, he said. He showed her to a room, a proper guest room, clean and simple, above the restaurant. His team was on the floor below. She would not be alone. Mar, tell me what's happening, she said, sitting on the edge of the bed, hands in her lap. So he told her more than he had at the restaurant. He told her about Kwang Soo's 3 flight bookings, about the cash, about the pattern he had seen before. A cornered man making desperate choices. She listened to all of it without interrupting. "Darren," she said when he finished, "what would he get out of helping Kwang Soo run?" "Money," Sung-jin said. "Thought and possibly something else." "What's something else?" "Kwang Soo knows things about the arrangement that your name was used in. If he disappears before it's fully resolved, those documents could resurface. In that scenario, your name is still attached to them." He paused. "Darren Cortez benefits if you remain legally vulnerable." She looked at the floor. Something was working behind her eyes. Not distress, exactly. Something harder than distress. He wants to keep having power over me," she said quietly. Not to Sung-jin, to herself. "Yes." She looked up. "Then we stop him." Sung-jin looked at her for a moment. "We?" "I'm not," she said clearly. "Going to sit in a room and wait for someone else to fight my battle. I spent 4 years doing that. Tell me what I can do." He considered her for a long moment. Here is what he thought, in that moment. He had worked with difficult people his entire adult life. Calculated people, ruthless people, on people who wore their courage like a costume. This was different. This was someone who had been made small for a long time and was choosing, in real time, to be large. "There is one thing," he said slowly. "Tell me." The one thing was this. Kwang Soo's escape plan depended on a document, a signed release that cleared his financial obligations and, more importantly, cleared the shell companies that bore Selena's name. If that document was signed, it would activate a chain of transfers that would move Kwang Soo's money and allow him to leave clean. The document was being prepared by a lawyer named Gerald Finch, who had an office, who had, as of 2 days ago, received a phone call from Selena Morgan's ex-husband. "Darren introduced Kwang Soo to Gerald Finch," Selena said slowly. "Yes, who is also the lawyer who handled our divorce." Sung-jin paused. "Yes." She closed her eyes for exactly 3 seconds, then opened them. "Gerald Finch had access to everything during the divorce. My accounts, my signature, my—" She stopped. "He's the one who forged my signature, isn't he?" It was not a question. "We believe so," Sung-jin said carefully. She sat with that. Her divorce lawyer. The man she had trusted to protect her through the hardest thing she'd ever been through had been the whole time working against her. With Darren. And with a criminal organization she hadn't known existed until 6 days ago. "Okay," she said. Her voice was steady in a way that was almost alarming. "What do you need from me?" "Gerald Finch needs to believe," Sung-jin said, "that you are willing to sign. This story is moving faster than either of them expected. Subscribe right now. You cannot afford to miss what happens next." The meeting with Gerald Finch was arranged for Wednesday. Selena spent Tuesday night in the guest room above the restaurant, not sleeping much, organizing her thoughts the way she used to organize her classroom when she was still teaching, by what mattered most first. What mattered most, her name was being used. What mattered second, someone had trusted her enough to tell her the truth. What mattered third, she was not the same woman who had stood in a food court and not screamed. She was someone else now. Or maybe she was finally herself. Around midnight, there was a soft knock on the door. She opened it. Mo Sung-jin was standing there with 2 cups of something warm. He held one out. "Barley tea," he said. "You weren't sleeping." "How did you know?" He glanced at the light under the door. She almost smiled. She took the tea. They stood there in the doorway for a moment. 2 people from completely different worlds, connected by the worst choices of other people, holding warm cups in the middle of the night. "Are you afraid?" he asked. "Of Finch? Of any of it?" She thought about it honestly. I'm afraid that it doesn't end even after it ends. That Darren will always find a way to. She stopped. I'm afraid that some people just don't stop. Sung Jin was quiet for a moment. Some don't, he said, but they can be stopped. You sound very sure. I am very sure, he said simply. About this one thing. She looked at him. This man who had walked into her crisis and stayed. Who had not made a single promise he hadn't kept. Who sat in plain restaurants and asked, "Are you hurt?" and brought barley tea at midnight. Tell me something about yourself, she said. Something real. He looked surprised, just for a moment. I have a younger sister, he said. She is a nurse. She thinks what I do is, he considered the word, unfortunate. Is she right? Yes, he said, without hesitation. They stood there a little longer. The barley tea was warm and slightly bitter. Get some sleep, he said finally. Tomorrow needs you ready. He walked back down the hall. She stood in the doorway after he was gone and felt something she hadn't felt in a very long time. Not quite safe. Safer than she had been, but also something else. Something that felt less like falling and more like standing on the edge of the rest of her life. Gerald Finch had a voice like someone who had practiced sounding trustworthy. Selena sat across from him in his very normal-looking office. Plaques on the wall, framed diplomas, and a plant that was slightly too healthy to be unattended, and watched him arrange his face into something like professional warmth. Selena, he said, it's good to see you. I have to say, when you called about reconsidering the documents, I was surprised, she said. Relieved, he said smoothly. I always believed the separation was handled too quickly. Darren is not why I'm here, she said, and Gerald blinked. I'm here because of the shell companies, she said. Well, the ones with my signature on them. The warmth on his face didn't exactly disappear. It just shifted, like a light-changing color. I'm not sure what your Finch and Associates LLC, she said. Clearwater Holdings, Morrow Bridge Capital. She set a folder on his desk, a copy of the one Sung Jin's team had prepared. My signature, 3 times. On documents I never saw. Gerald looked at the folder. He looked at her. He looked at the folder again. Selena, I think there may have been a... I'm not angry, she said. Which wasn't entirely true. But she'd learned from Sung Jin how to use calm the way some people use noise. I'm here because I want to understand the full arrangement. The release document for Kwangsu, the one you're preparing. His face went very still. I want to see it before it's signed. I don't know what. Gerald. She said his name the way her mother used to say hers when she was trying patience. I know about Ulsan. I know about the 3 flights. I know about the cash withdrawal on Sunday morning. She paused. I know about all of it. He stared at her. Something was working behind his eyes. The same kind of calculation she had watched Darren do 100 times when he was deciding which version of a lie to use. What do you want? He asked. Very quietly. The original documents, she said. Everything with my name on it. Every copy. And the release document unsigned. And if I don't? Then, she said, the people who sent me here will have a different conversation with you. And I promise you, Gerald, that conversation is not one you want. He looked at her for a long time. She held his gaze. She thought about the girl in the food court in the yellow dress. She thought about a hand on her neck. She thought about 4 years of being made to feel like too much and not enough at the same time. She did not look away. Gerald Finch opened his desk drawer. He gave her a USB drive. Nah, everything is on there, he said. His voice had lost all its practiced warmth. He just sounded tired now. The originals were scanned. All my communications with Darren. All of it. She took it. The release document, she said. He pulled a thick folder from his drawer and slid it across the desk. Unsigned, uncertified, useless without my notarization. She took that too. She stood. "Selena," he called, and she waited. I want you to know that I didn't." He stopped. Started again. "When Darren first asked me to, I told myself it wouldn't affect you. You thought I wouldn't notice," she said. "Or that it didn't matter, because I'd never find out." He didn't answer. "I noticed," she said. "It mattered. And I found out." She picked up her bag. "Goodbye, Gerald." She walked out of his office, down the stairs, and through the glass doors of the building. Sung-jin's car was parked across the street. She could see him through the windshield, watching. She held up the folder. He got out of the car. They sat in the car in the parking lot, and she handed him the folder and the USB and told him everything Finch had said. He listened to all of it without moving, the way he always listened, with complete attention, like whatever she was saying was the only thing happening in the world. When she finished, he said, "You were remarkable." She looked at him. "In there," he clarified. "I was watching through the window before you went in. But you were," he seemed to be looking for the right word, "certain." "I was terrified," she said honestly. "Yes," he said, "and you were certain anyway. Those two things can exist at the same time." She looked at her hands. She was surprised to find they weren't shaking. "What happens now?" she asked. "Now," he said, "Kwang-soo has nothing. Without that document, he cannot move his money. Without his money, he cannot run. And without running, he is exposed," she said. "Yes." She nodded slowly. "Ma and Darren?" A pause. "That is a different matter." "What kind of different matter?" He turned to look at her. There was something in his face she hadn't seen there before. Not exactly reluctance. More like care. The careful way you handle something you know is fragile. Not because it's weak, but because it's worth protecting. "Darren Cortez," he said slowly, "has been cooperating with Kwang-soo in a way that goes beyond the documents. There are things on that USB that will be very damaging for him." She felt her chest tighten. "Damaging how?" "The kind of damaging," Sung-jin said carefully, "that involves authorities." She sat with that. Darren going to prison. She thought she would feel satisfied by that idea. Instead, she felt heavy. Not sad for him. Not even close to sad for him. Just heavy with the knowledge of how long she had carried something this enormous without knowing it. He was never just controlling, she said quietly. He was never just cruel. He was doing this the whole time. "Yes." "While I was blaming myself for the marriage falling apart." Her voice was steady, but something underneath it was cracking in a controlled way, like ice that knows where the edge is. "I thought I was the problem." "You were not the problem," Sung-jin said. "I know that," she said. "I know that now. But I didn't then. And he knew I didn't know. And he counted on it." Sung-jin was quiet. "I want him to know," she said, "that it was me. I want him to know that I did this. Not you, not your organization. Me. I want him to understand that the person he thought he had broken was the person who finished him." Sung-jin looked at her for a long moment. "I can arrange that," he said. But that night, something happened that neither of them planned for. Selena's phone rang at 11:47 p.m., a number she didn't recognize. Not Sung-jin, not Nady, saw not anyone in her contacts. She answered. "Hello, Selena." Her blood went cold. It wasn't Darren. It was a voice she had never heard, low, unhurried, with an accent she couldn't quite place. "Who is this?" she asked. "Someone who is very interested," the voice said. "In the folder you took from Gerald Finch today." She gripped the phone. How do you know about? I know about a great many things, the voice said pleasantly, nigh including the fact that you are currently under the protection of Sung Jin Bai. Interesting arrangement. A pause. Tell Mr. Bei that Kwang Su sends his regards, and tell him, another pause, longer, that the game is not over. The call ended. She sat in the dark with the phone in her hand, and her heart doing something that was not quite panic, but was very close to it. She dialed Sung Jin. He picked up on the first ring. Kwang Su just called me, she said. Silence. And then, where are you? In the guest room. Don't leave it. His voice was different now, still calm, but the calm had an edge to it. I'm coming. He was at her door in 4 minutes. She opened it and he stepped inside, and for the first time since she'd known him, the careful distance he always kept was gone. He was standing close, looking at her face, checking, not for injury, but for something else, for the state of her. What exactly did he say? Sung Jin asked. She told him. What, word for word? She had a good memory. It was something she'd learned to develop in the marriage, because Darren always denied saying things, and she had learned to hold conversations in her mind like recordings. Sung Jin listened. His face stayed controlled, but there was something moving in his jaw. Tension. Measured and contained. He's still in the country, Sung Jin said. How do you know? If he had left, he wouldn't be making calls. He'd want silence. He looked at her. So he's trying to frighten you into returning the folder. It worked a little, she admitted. That is understandable, he said. But I'm not giving it back. No, he said. You're not. He sat in the chair by the window. She sat on the edge of the bed. And they stayed like that, the window dark behind him, the city quiet outside. And she thought, this is the strangest thing I have ever been part of, and somehow it feels more real than anything in the last 4 years. Tell me about your sister, she said. He looked up. Why? Because I need to think about something other than Kwang Su for 5 minutes, and you mentioned her once. She paused. What's her name? Something shifted in his face, softened almost. Yeonju, he said. She's a pediatric nurse. She thinks I take too many risks. Does she know what you do? She knows enough, he said. She does not ask for more than that. She sends me food. I insists I eat enough. A pause that had something fond in it. She says I look like someone who forgets meals exist. Selena almost smiled. She sounds smart. She is the smartest person I know, he said simply. Do you talk to her often? Every Sunday, he said, without fail. She thought about Nady, the 14-hour drive, the boxes packed in the rain. I have a sister like that, Nady. She is very loud about the way she loves you, but she shows up. Every time. You told her about me, he said. It wasn't exactly a question. I told her some things. What did she say? Selena looked at her hands. She said she had a feeling I would know you better. The room was quiet. Sung Jin looked at her, really looked at her, the way he sometimes did when he thought she wasn't paying attention. And she was paying attention, and she let him look, and something passed between them that neither of them had names for yet. Get some sleep, he said finally. I have people watching the building. You are safe. I know, she said. He stood to leave. Sung Jin. He paused at the door. Thank you, she said. Not for the legal stuff, not for the protection, just for treating me like I was worth protecting from the beginning, before you had any reason to. He stood there for a moment. Something moved across his face, complicated and brief, like weather. You are very easy to want to protect, he said quietly. That is not a compliment to your weakness. It is a statement about your worth. He closed the door softly behind him. She sat in the dark for a long time. At 3 a.m., Mina knocked on Sung Jin's office door. "We found him," she said. Kwang-soo had been traced to a hotel 18 miles from the city. He had checked in under a third name they hadn't flagged, a name that appeared on a forged identity document they'd had no record of until Finch's USB produced it 20 minutes ago. "He's in room 412, Mina said. "He's not alone. He has 2 men with him." Sung Jin looked at the photo on Mina's tablet. Kwang-soo was a small man, with a neat haircut and very tired eyes, which surprised Selena when Sung Jin showed her, because she had built the voice on the phone into something more frightening than tired eyes. "What's the plan?" she asked. She had come into the office when the knock happened. Old habit, always wanting to know. "We don't confront him directly," Sung Jin said. "The USB gives us everything we need to deliver to the relevant authorities. We let the system that almost used my name to put me in federal trouble," she said. A pause. "I want to be there," she said. "When the authorities are called. I want to give the statement myself. I want my voice on record." Sung Jin looked at her. "This ends with me in it," she said. "Not behind it. Not protected behind you. In it. Do you understand?" He was quiet for a long moment. "Yes," he said. I understand." The morning came gray and fast. At 7:04 a.m., 2 federal agents arrived at room 412 of the hotel. The call had come from the law offices of a Ms. Selena Morgan, represented by a legal team that had, overnight, assembled a case document running 247 pages, including forged signature evidence, financial records, and a full accounting of the shell company arrangement. Kwang-soo opened his hotel room door in a bathrobe and found 2 agents, a case document, one standing slightly to the side, watching, a woman in a yellow dress. He recognized her from the documents. He had only ever known her as a name on paper. She looked at him the way someone looks at something they are done being afraid of. "My name is Selena Morgan," she said. "You used it without my permission. I want you to know who it belongs to." Kwang-soo looked at her, at the agents, at the document. He sat down on the hotel bed and put his head in his hands. Darren Cortez was arrested at 9:15 a.m. at his apartment. He came to the door in a suit, which Selena thought was strange, until she realized he had probably been awake all night waiting. For something, he just hadn't known what. When he saw the agents, he looked past them, all the way to the car parked at the curb, where Selena sat in the passenger seat watching. Their eyes met. She didn't wave. She didn't smile. She just looked at him with the same steadiness that had learned to live in her bones over the past 8 days. And she let him see, really see, that she was the one who had done this. The recognition on his face was not anger, exactly. It was something older and uglier than anger. It was the expression of a man who had built his power on someone's smallness and was watching that smallness become architecture he couldn't enter. The agents moved between them, and Selena looked away first, but not because she had to, because she was done, because she had nothing left to prove to that face, and the car smelled like Sung Jin's barley tea from that morning, and the sun was coming through the window, warm and ordinary, and she was remarkably okay. This story is not over. The most unexpected turn is still coming in the final event. Subscribe right now. The next chapter of Selena and Sung Jin's story will arrive, and you do not want to be the person who missed it. 6 weeks later, Selena went back to work. She was a curriculum designer now. She had left teaching 2 years ago during the marriage because Darren had made it difficult to maintain a schedule that didn't center around him. She had gone back to it after the divorce and found, to her deep relief, that she still loved it, and still loved the work of building structures that helped people learn. She was in her home office on a Tuesday afternoon, headphones on, when her doorbell rang. She opened the door. Sung Jin was standing there. He was holding a container of food. Not restaurant food. Something that smelled like it had been made in an actual kitchen. He looked, for the first time since she'd known him, slightly uncertain. "Hyunju sent this," he said. "She heard about you. She wanted you to have her doenjang jjigae." Selena stared at him. "Your sister sent me food." "She sends food to everyone she considers important." He paused. "I may have mentioned you. You told your sister about me. I told her a small amount." "How small?" He looked at the container. "Enough that she made 2 portions." Selena's mouth tried not to smile and lost. She stepped back and held the door open. He came inside. It had been 6 weeks of a strange and a careful thing between them. Phone calls that started as updates about the case and became something else entirely. Text messages that began with logistics and ended with questions about each other's days. A lunch that was supposed to be a debrief and lasted 4 hours. Neither of them had named it. She thought about that, about how they had both lived in worlds where things were named too quickly or not at all, and how they were both, perhaps, learning a different pace. They sat at her kitchen table with the jjigae, and Sung Jin told her that Kwang Soo had pleaded guilty and that Gerald Finch was cooperating fully with federal investigators, and that Darren Cortez's trial date had been set for the spring. "I'll have to testify," she said. "Yes. I'm not afraid of that." "I know," he said. She looked at him across her kitchen table. This man who had appeared in her life like weather, sudden and total and completely real, whose sister made him food and called him every Sunday, who kept his office plain on purpose, who had never once, in all the weeks she had known him, tried to make her feel small. "I want to ask you something," she said. "Ask," he said. "When you saw Darren with his hand on my neck, when you walked over, was any part of that about the case, about Kwang Soo?" He looked at her directly. "No." "Then why?" He was quiet for a moment. The kitchen was warm and ordinary, and outside the window, a bird was doing something specific and insistent in a tree. "Because," he said, "I watched someone treat another person like they were nothing. And he paused, "I have spent a long time in a world that does that. That treats people like they are tools or problems or obstacles. And I have been part of that world. I have not always stopped it when I could." He looked at his hands on the table. "That day," he said, "I could stop it. So I did." She looked at him for a long moment, at the careful, guarded, genuinely decent person living inside the complicated life he had inherited. "The ring," she said softly. "Yes." "That wasn't about the case either." "No," he said. "It wasn't." She reached across the table and put her hand over his, not dramatically, not with speeches, just her hand, warm and steady on top of his. He looked at it. Then he looked at her. And something in his face, that careful, controlled, a 9 years of hard decisions face, changed, like something had been held for a very long time and was, at last, being put down. He turned his hand over. He held hers. Later, much later, when the jjigae was finished and the afternoon had gone golden long, Natty called. Selena stepped away to answer, walking to the window with the phone. "So?" Natty demanded, before she could even speak. "How are things? He's here," Selena said, low. Silence. He's there?" His sister sent food. Another silence. Then a sound that was something between a scream and a laugh, muffled, as if Natty had pressed her face into a pillow. "His sister sent food, Selena. Do you know what that means? In basically every culture on Earth, when someone's family starts, Natty. Sending you food, that means Natty." "What?" Selena looked back into the kitchen, where Sung Jin was washing the dishes without being asked, while moving around her kitchen like someone who planned to know it better. "I know what it means," she said softly. She heard Natty smile through the phone. 3 months after that Tuesday, Hyun-ju flew in for a weekend. She was smaller than Selena expected, with her brother's calm eyes and absolutely none of his reserve. She hugged Selena within 30 seconds of meeting her, which made Sung Jin look at the ceiling in a way that was definitely fond. They sat in Selena's living room, so all three of them, eating and talking. Hyun-ju told stories about Sung Jin as a teenager. Apparently, he had once spent an entire month learning to bake bread because their father said it was a waste of time, purely out of principle. And Sung Jin bore it with the patience of someone who had accepted that this was the cost of family. Selena watched him laugh at something Hyun-ju said. It was the first time she had seen him laugh. Really laugh. Unguarded and uncontrolled. Head back, on the thing taking him completely over. And she thought, there you are. There is the person under all of it. She thought about the food court, the yellow dress, the hand she hadn't expected. She thought about how life sometimes changes, not gradually, but all at once, in a moment, in a mall, between one sentence and the next. She thought, I am so glad I wore yellow. 6 months after the arrest, Darren Cortez's trial began. Selena testified on a Thursday morning in a dark blue blazer and her hair down. She answered every question clearly and completely. She did not look at Darren, but she was aware of him. The way you're aware of something you used to be afraid of, that no longer has the same teeth. Afterward, outside the courthouse, Sung Jin was waiting. He had not come inside. She had not wanted him to, and he had understood why. This was hers to do alone. So he understood that some things needed to be carried solo for them to fully belong to you. But he was there when she came out. She walked down the steps and stopped in front of him. The sun was doing something specific and warm on the courthouse steps. "How are you?" he asked. "Good," she said. And she meant it. All the way down, not just the surface of it. He looked at her for a moment with all that quiet attention she had come to know so well. "He looked old," she said. "Darren. In there. And he looked like a small, old, tired man." She paused. "I wasted 4 years on a small, tired man." "You did not waste them," Sung Jin said. "You survived them. That is different." She looked at him. "How are you so sure about things?" "I'm not," he said. "About most things. About this one." A pause. "I have data." She laughed. Out loud, in the sun, on the courthouse steps. A real laugh. The kind she'd been learning to have again. He watched her laugh with an expression that was entirely, or completely unguarded. "Sung Jin," she said, when the laugh settled. I'm glad it was you. In the mall. I'm glad it was specifically you." He was quiet for a moment. "So am I," he said. Very simply. The way he said the truest things. She took his hand. In public. On the steps. In the sun. And he held it. And they walked toward the car. And the city went on around them doing what cities do. Indifferent and loud and beautiful. And somewhere across town, in a kitchen, she had made her own. Now on a counter next to a yellow dress hanging on a hook by the door, there was a container. A new one. Arrived that morning by courier from Ulsan, because Hyun-ju sent food every week now without fail. And it smelled like warmth, and home, and the very particular miracle of beginning again. The first time Sung Jin met Nadi, he did not know he was being interviewed. He thought he was attending a casual dinner at Selena's apartment. The 3 of them. Simple food. Relaxed evening. And what he did not know was that Nadi had flown in 2 days early and had spent those 2 days building a list of questions she fully intended to ask him. He arrived with flowers. Not a large bouquet, nothing theatrical. just a small bunch of yellow ones he had spotted at a corner store and not been able to walk past. Nady opened the door before he could knock. She looked at the flowers. She looked at him. She looked at the flowers again. She said, stepping aside to let him in. Selena appeared from the kitchen wiping her hands on a dish towel, saw the flowers, and went very still for exactly 1 second before saying, "You didn't have to." "I know," he said. Nady was watching all of this with the focused attention of a scientist who had just observed a very interesting reaction in a Petri dish. They ate jollof rice that Selena had been perfecting for a week. She hadn't told him that, but Nady announced it loudly within the first 5 minutes, earning a look that could have started a small fire. "She made it 3 times, Nady said cheerfully. "The first time she called me and said it was too salty. The second time she said the tomatoes were wrong. The third, Nady. She said she thought she finally had it, and I could hear that she was nervous. Nady. About someone specifically eating it." Sungjin kept his expression very neutral and took another spoonful of rice. "It is perfect," he said. "This is the third version?" Selena gave up and laughed. "Yes." "Then the first 2 were necessary," he said. "Nothing worth eating comes right on the first try." Nady pointed her fork at him. "I like him," she said to Selena. "He's a keeper." Selena covered her face with both hands. Natty's interview happened after dinner, when Selena was in the kitchen doing dishes, a thing she did when she needed a moment to herself, and Nady and Sungjin sat at the table with the remaining cups of tea. Natty looked at him. "You know who I am to her," Natty said. It was not a question. "Her person," Sungjin said. "The first call she makes. The one who drives 14 hours without being asked." Natty blinked. She had not expected him to say it like that. Like he had learned it the way you learned something important, on purpose. "She told you about the move," Nady said. "She tells me things," he said simply. Nady turned her cup in her hands. "She was very broken," she said quietly. "After Darren. Not broken like she couldn't function. She functioned. She went to work. She smiled. She did everything. But inside she was. She had stopped trusting herself. She kept asking me if she was making good decisions, about small things, about what to eat, what to wear, whether it was okay to feel good on a given day." She looked at him. "Do you understand what that man took from her?" "Yes," he said. "Then you understand," she said, "why I'm sitting here looking at you like this." "You want to know if I'm going to take anything else from her," he said. "Or give her something she'll have to recover from," Nady said, "because she will love you. She probably already does, knowing her. And she will do it completely. And if you, I know," he said. He said it quietly and with such total weight that Nady stopped. He looked at his tea. "I know what it is," he said. "To be in a world that takes from people. I have watched it happen. I have, at times, not prevented it when I could have. I have spent a significant amount of the last several years trying to understand what I owe to the people around me, what it means to be worthy of the space you occupy." He paused. "Your sister is the first person in a long time who has made me feel like the answer to that question might be something I am capable of." The kitchen sounds had stopped. Nady looked at him. "She's listening," Nady said. "I know," he said again. From the kitchen doorway, Selena appeared, dish towel still in her hands, eyes doing something complicated. Nady looked between them. She picked up her tea. She stood. "I'm going to go take a very long shower," she announced. "A very loud one, that no one will be able to hear through." She walked down the hall. 45 minutes minimum." The door clicked. Selena stood in the doorway. Sungjin looked at her. "How long were you standing there?" he asked. "Long enough," she said. The habit started small. Every Sunday, Sungjin called Hyunju. He had done this for years, but somewhere around the third month, Selena started appearing in those calls, first in the background, answering a question Hyunju asked through the speaker, then sitting next to him, then eventually holding the phone herself while Sungjin went to make tea, and the two women talked entirely without him for 20 minutes. He would come back to find them laughing about something he had missed, and feel. This was the word he discovered that fit the feeling exactly. Full. Hyunju started sending packages addressed to both of them. One Sunday, the package contained 2 matching mugs, plain white, no design, except for tiny text on each one. His said forgets to eat. Hers said makes him remember. Selena put hers on the shelf immediately. Sungjin looked at his for a long time. Then he put it next to hers. He learned, over months, the geography of her happiness. She was happiest in the mornings, not the very start, when she was still gathering herself, but mid-morning, when the coffee was made, and the light was coming in sideways, and she was reading or working at her desk with her headphones around her neck. Not on, just resting there like a suggestion. She laughed the most when she was surprised. Not startled. Surprised. When something turned out better than she expected, or when he said something that landed differently than she'd anticipated. She had a way of pressing her lips together right before she laughed, like she was trying to hold it in and failing. She got quiet when she was processing something big. Not cold quiet, present quiet. She would sit with both hands around something warm and look at the middle distance and work through whatever it was. And she didn't need him to fill the silence. And he was, he realized, one of the very few people in his life who understood that about silence, that it was not empty. He learned that she kept a journal, physical, with a pen, not a phone, and that she wrote in it in the kitchen late at night when she couldn't sleep. He had seen it without meaning to and never mentioned it. It was hers. She learned in return the geography of him. He was most relaxed, she discovered, in plain places. Not stripped down or bare, just uncomplicated. A restaurant with laminated menus, a park bench, her kitchen table on a Tuesday with no occasion. The more elaborate a setting, the more he watched the edges of it. In simple places, he just sat. He worked too early in the mornings, and if she texted him before 7 a.m., he would always respond within 2 minutes, which meant he'd been awake for some time, which she eventually addressed directly by arriving at his building at 6:30 on a Saturday with 2 cups of coffee and saying, "You're eating breakfast today. Non-negotiable." He had looked at her on his doorstep at 6:30 a.m. and said, "Hyunju put you up to this." Hyunju provided moral support, Selena said. This was my idea. He stepped back and let her in. She made eggs. He ate them. He looked, she thought, like someone who had forgotten that mornings could belong to something other than work. After that, Saturday breakfast became a thing. Not every Saturday, but most. Taking turns with whose kitchen, or taking turns choosing what to make, occasionally making something neither of them had tried before, and consulting a video together with the chaotic focus of 2 people who were both, it turned out, entirely too competitive about learning new things. He made fufu once, badly, and was so precise about wanting to understand where he went wrong that she laughed for 4 minutes without stopping. He watched her laugh with complete, undisguised delight. There was an afternoon in the early spring, before the trial concluded, after Kwang-soo had been sentenced, in that in-between time when the danger was technically over, but the exhale was still happening, when they drove out of the city. No plan. She had said on a Friday evening, "I need to see trees," and he had said, "Okay." And the next morning, they were in his car heading somewhere that had trees. They found a state park 2 hours away. Parked. Walked without a specific trail, just into it. The soft, late March light coming through the branches in pieces. They walked in comfortable silence for a while. The kind of silence that is actually full of things. companionship packed into the quiet. "I used to be afraid of doing nothing," she said eventually. "What do you mean?" "When I was with Darren, if I wasn't productive, if I wasn't useful in some way, I felt this panic." She stepped over a root. "Like I had to justify taking up space. Like if I wasn't doing something, I didn't have a right to be wherever I was." She paused. "I still catch myself doing it sometimes." "What happens when you catch it?" She thought about it. "I ask myself, what am I enjoying right now? Just that. What is currently good?" She looked at the trees. "And there's always something. Even when things are hard, there's always one thing." "What is the thing right now?" he asked. She looked at him sideways. "The trees," she said. And the company." He looked straight ahead, but something at the corner of his mouth moved. "You?" she asked. "The same," he said. They walked until the light started to angle lower and gold, and they were both a little tired and entirely at peace. And on the way back to the car, she was a few steps ahead of him on the path, and she turned around to say something. She couldn't even remember later what it was. And he was looking at her with an expression so open and so entirely his that whatever she had been about to say disappeared completely. "What?" she said. "Nothing," he said. "Keep going." She turned back around. She was smiling to herself, and she let herself, completely. The closure came quietly, the way the best closures do. It was an evening in late spring. Selena had just returned from the final day of Darren's trial. The verdict delivered, the gavel coming down, the whole long chapter reaching its last sentence. She had called Nady from the courthouse steps. She had cried a little in the car, not sad crying, the other kind. The kind that is really just a release valve for everything you've been holding at the right temperature for too long. She got home. She sat on her couch, and she looked at her apartment, hers entirely, with the yellow dress on the hook and the 2 mugs on the shelf and the journal on the kitchen counter and the curriculum work spread on her desk and a potted plant Hyunju had mailed her that had, against all odds, survived. And she felt the specific, quiet, enormous thing that is a life that belongs to you. Sungjin arrived an hour later. He had let himself in. She had given him a key 3 weeks ago. I placed it in his hand on a Sunday without ceremony, and he had looked at it, and then at her, and said thank you, like it was the most significant word he owned. He sat next to her on the couch. He didn't ask how she was right away. He just arrived, the way he did. After a while, she said, "It's done." "Yes," he said. "I thought I'd feel bigger," she said, "like a fireworks kind of feeling. But it's more like quiet," he said. "Yes, like quiet." She looked at her hands. "Is that normal?" "I think," he uttered carefully, "that the loudest battles end the quietest, because you have spent so much of yourself getting there." She leaned her head back against the couch, looked at the ceiling. "I'm tired." "You're allowed to be," he said. "I'm also—" She turned her head to look at him. Genuinely, actually happy. Like underneath the tired. Like a light that's on in a room you just haven't walked into yet. He looked at her. "I know that room," he said. Yeah? "I have been finding my way toward it," he said. "For some time." She looked at him for a long moment. All the months between the food court and now were in that look. The barley tea at midnight, the courthouse steps, the Saturday breakfasts, the walks, the mugs, the Sunday calls. "We're pretty different," she said. "Very," he agreed. "This shouldn't work as well as it does." "No," he said. "It shouldn't." "And yet," she said. "And yet," he chorused with a wide smile of victory. "I'm outside." The spring evening was doing what spring evenings do, softening everything. making the world smell like it had remembered something it had lost and found it again. A bird somewhere, traffic distant and indifferent, the whole ordinary, irreplaceable texture of a life going on. Selena looked at this man who had appeared in her life like an answer to a question she hadn't known she was asking, and she thought, here. This is where the story goes from surviving to living. This is the room with the light. Stay for dinner? She said. Yes, he said, without hesitating, without calculating, just yes. She stood up. She went to the kitchen. She started pulling things out of the refrigerator. No recipe, no plan, just what was there. He came to stand at the counter without being asked, and she handed him a knife and a cutting board and a set of vegetables. When they worked side by side in her small kitchen, with the mugs on the shelf and the yellow dress on the hook and the evening going gold through the window. No storms, no danger. No one taking anything from anyone. Just two people, different and deliberate and quietly, completely certain, making dinner in the spring. Every person who has ever been made to feel too small for the love they deserved needed this story. And someone in your life needs it too. Share this with them right now, because healing this real, this earned, this full, does not come along often. Subscribe and stay close, because the stories we tell here are the ones that remind you who you actually are. Naledi Molefe scrubbed the marble counter for the third time that morning. Her hands moved in circles, steady and practiced. The kitchen gleamed already, but she needed to look busy. That was the trick to being invisible. Stay moving, stay quiet, disappear into the walls. Mama, I finished the book, Luazi whispered from under the breakfast table. Naledi's heart jumped. She knelt quickly and found her 7-year-old son tucked between the chair legs, a thick book about Korean history spread across his lap. Luazi, baby, I told you to stay in our room when Mr. Yoon is home. But he left already. I heard the car. Smart boy. Too smart sometimes. Naledi gently pulled him out and brushed the dust off his shirt. His big brown eyes looked up at her with that curious expression he always wore, like the whole world was a puzzle waiting to be solved. Even when he's gone, we follow the rules. Okay? Okay, Mama. She kissed his forehead and sent him back to the small room they shared, behind the kitchen. Their whole life fit in that space now. One bed they shared, a small desk where Luazi studied at night, and 3 boxes of everything else they owned. 2 years ago in Cape Town, Naledi had an office at the university. She taught mathematics to students who actually thought numbers were boring. Can you imagine? She made them see patterns in everything, showed them how the world spoke in equations if you just listened right. Then Thabo died. Her husband had worked at the mining company, just keeping records. Nothing dangerous. But he found something in those records. Numbers that didn't match. Money disappearing. Workers getting sick, and the company hiding reports. He told her about it one night, excited like he'd solved a big problem. We have to report this, Naledi. People are dying. 3 days later, Thabo's car went off a cliff. Police called it an accident. But Naledi knew numbers, and the numbers didn't lie. The brake lines were cut. Her husband was murdered. She ran. Took Luazi and whatever money she had saved, and ran before they decided she knew too much, too. A friend helped them get to South Korea. False papers, new identity, just disappear and stay alive. Now she cleaned floors. A PhD in mathematics, and she cleaned floors. Before you think this is just another sad story, wait. Just wait. Because sometimes life puts you exactly where you need to be, even when it looks all wrong. If you want to see how a maid and her son changed everything for a powerful man, hit that subscribe button. You won't believe what happens next. The front door opened around 8 that evening. Naledi was preparing Mr. Yoon's dinner. Nothing fancy, just the way he liked it. Simple rice, grilled fish, and kimchi. He never asked for special meals or complicated dishes. Actually, he barely spoke to her at all. Yoon Si-woo walked into the kitchen and stopped. He always stopped, just for a second, when he saw her there. Like he forgot she existed and had to remember all over again. "Good evening, Mr. Yoon," Naledi said, bowing slightly like she'd learned. He nodded. That was their whole conversation most days. But tonight, his eyes moved past her to the corner where Luazi sat at the small kitchen stool, working on math problems Naledi had written out. "Your son," Si-woo said. It wasn't a question, but Naledi answered anyway. "Yes, sir. I apologize. He'll go to our room now. He's doing mathematics." "Yes, sir." Advanced calculus. Naledi's stomach tightened. She'd gotten sloppy. Let Luazi work out here because the light was better. Now her boss knew her 7-year-old was solving university-level problems. Smart children attracted attention. Attention got you killed. "He likes numbers," she said carefully. Si-woo moved closer and looked at Luazi's paper. Her son kept writing, completely focused, not even noticing the tall man standing over him. "Where does he go to school?" "I teach him at home, sir." "You teach him this?" "Yes." Si-woo stared at her for a long moment. His face never showed much, always calm, always controlled. People probably thought that made him cold. Naledi thought it made him tired, like showing feelings was just too much work. "What did you do before?" he asked. "Before you came here." Every lie has to stay close to the truth, or you'll forget it. "I was a teacher, sir." "In South Africa?" "Yes, sir." He looked back at Luazi, who had finally noticed them watching, and sat very still, eyes wide. "It's fine," Si-woo said, and walked out of the kitchen. Naledi let out a breath she'd been holding. Luazi looked up at her. "Is he angry, Mama?" "No, baby. But maybe do your work in our room from now on, yes?" That night, Naledi couldn't sleep. She kept thinking about the way Si-woo had looked at those math problems. Curious, interested. That was dangerous. They needed to stay invisible. At 3 in the morning, she got up to get water. The house was dark except for one, light coming from Mr. Yoon's office. She tried to walk quietly, but the floorboard creaked. The office door opened. "Can't sleep?" Si-woo asked. He looked different without his work clothes, just a regular shirt and pants. Almost normal. Almost like he wasn't one of the most powerful men in Seoul. "I was just getting water, sir. I didn't mean to disturb you." "You didn't." He leaned against the doorframe. "I don't sleep well anyway." They stood there in the dark hallway, 2 people awake when the world was sleeping. "Your son is special," Si-woo said. "He's just a boy. A boy solving problems most adults can't do." Naledi chose her words carefully. "Smart children become targets, Mr. Yoon. I prefer him to be safe than special." Something shifted in his expression. Understanding, maybe. "You're protecting him?" "Always." He nodded slowly. "Get your water." "Good night, Mrs. Molefe." It was the first time he'd used her name. Over the next few weeks, something strange started happening. Si-woo began leaving papers on the kitchen counter. Business problems, logistics equations, complicated schedules that needed organizing. He never asked Naledi to solve them, just left them there. The first time, she ignored it. The second time, she walked past. The third time, Luazi picked one up. "Mama, this is wrong. Look, if he changes this number here and moves this here, it works better." Naledi looked at the paper. Her son was right. The shipping schedule Si-woo was working with had inefficiencies all over it. She could fix it in 10 minutes. She took the paper to her room, made notes in pencil on a separate sheet, and left it next to the original. The next morning, the papers were gone. That evening, Siwoo came home with a book. He set it on the kitchen counter. "For Lwazi," he said. "Advanced geometry. I thought he might like it." Naledi stared at the book. "Mr. Yoon, you don't have to." "I know." He walked away before she could say more. Lwazi loved the book. He carried it everywhere, reading about shapes and angles and theorems. One night, he looked up at Naledi with shining eyes. "Mr. Yoon must be very smart to know I'd like this." "Yes, baby, he's very observant." "Do you think he's lonely, Mama? He's always here by himself." Out of the mouths of children, right? Her 7-year-old saw what most people missed. Yoon Siwoo had money, power, a beautiful home, and absolutely nobody to share it with. "Maybe he is," Naledi admitted. "We should make him less lonely." "Lwazi, that's not our job." "Why not? He gave me a book. We should give him something back." The next day, Lwazi drew a picture. He wasn't very good at art, but he tried hard. It showed 3 stick figures, 1 tall, 1 medium, 1 small. They were standing together. At the top, he wrote in careful letters, "Thank you for the book, Mr. Yoon." He left it on the kitchen counter. Naledi found it that evening, folded carefully and tucked into Siwoo's jacket pocket. He'd kept it. Something was shifting in this house. Naledi felt it like a change in the air before rain comes. She just didn't know if that was good or bad yet. Things got complicated on a Tuesday. Siwoo came home with 4 other men, all dressed sharp, all wearing expressions that said they were important and knew it. Business meeting. "I'll need the sitting room," Siwoo told Naledi. "Tea for 5. "Yes, sir." She prepared everything perfectly and brought it in on a tray. The men were speaking in low voices, switching between Korean and English. Naledi understood both, but pretended she didn't. That was another rule. Know everything. Show nothing. She was pouring tea when one of the men, older with silver hair, looked at her with eyes that made her skin crawl. "Pretty help you have, Yoon. Where'd you find this one?" Siwoo's voice went cold. "She works for me. That's all you need to know." The man laughed, but stopped asking questions. Naledi finished pouring and left, quickly. But as she reached the door, she heard Lwazi. "Mama?" No, her son stood in the doorway, holding his geometry book, completely unaware he'd just walked into a room full of dangerous men. "Lwazi, go back," Naledi said firmly. But the silver-haired man was already smiling. "Well, who's this little scholar?" Lwazi, polite like Naledi taught him, bowed slightly. "Good evening, sir." "Smart kid, is he yours?" "Yes," Naledi said, moving to take Lwazi's hand. "I apologize for the interruption." "Wait," another man said, pointing at the book. "That's advanced geometry. Can he even read that?" Lwazi looked up at Naledi, asking permission with his eyes. She wanted to say no, wanted to grab him and run. But that would make them more curious. She nodded slightly. "I like the patterns," Lwazi said simply. "Numbers make sense. They don't lie." The room went quiet. The men looked at this 7-year-old boy like they were seeing something unusual. Siwoo stood up. "Mrs. Molefe, please take Lwazi to the kitchen. Gentlemen, shall we continue?" His voice was pleasant but firm. The meeting was more important than a child. Naledi practically pulled Lwazi out of there. Her hands were shaking. "Did I do something wrong, Mama?" Lwazi whispered. "No, baby. But we need to stay out of sight when Mr. Yoon has guests. It's very important." That night, after the men left, Siwoo came to the kitchen. Naledi was cleaning up, and Lwazi was already asleep in their room. "I'm very sorry about earlier, sir," she started. He held up a hand. One of those men, the older one with silver hair, His name is Kong. If you ever see him near this house when I'm not here, take Luwazi and lock yourselves in your room. Call me immediately." Now Lady's blood went cold. Is he dangerous? Yes. Just that. Yes. No explanation, no softening it. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked. Siwoo looked at her directly. "Because Luwazi is special, and special things attract the wrong attention. I know you're trying to keep him safe. I'm trying to help you do that. Why would you help us?" He was quiet for a moment. "I'm not sure yet, but I am." He left her standing there, heart pounding, wondering what they'd just walked into. Want to know what happens when those dangerous men come back? When everything Naledi built to keep her son safe starts falling apart? Keep watching, and don't forget to subscribe because this story is just getting started. The next few weeks were calm, too calm. Naledi kept waiting for something bad to happen, but life just continued. She cleaned, cooked, and taught Luwazi at night. Siwoo came and went, sometimes nodding at them, sometimes stopping to see what Luwazi was reading. It was almost normal. Then one night, Naledi woke up to voices. She checked the clock, 3:30 in the morning. Someone was in the house. She crept to the door and listened. Men talking. Angry. Luwazi stirred. "Mama, sure, baby, stay quiet." She heard Siwoo's voice, calm and level. "You need to leave. Now." "We're not done discussing this." That was Kong, the silver-haired man. "Yes, we are. Get out of my house." "You're making a mistake, Yoon." "Probably. But it's my mistake to make." Footsteps. The front door opening and closing. Silence. Naledi waited 5 full minutes before opening her door just a crack. Siwoo stood in the hallway, running his hands through his hair. He looked tired. More than tired. Exhausted. He must have sensed her watching because he turned. "You heard," he said. "Are you all right, sir?" "That's what you ask? If I'm all right?" "Yes." He almost smiled. Almost. "Kang wanted me to partner with him on a business deal. I said no. He doesn't like that word." "Will there be trouble?" "Probably." That word again. Honest. Siwoo never lied to make things sound better. "Should we leave?" Naledi asked quietly. "Luwazi and me, if we're making things complicated for you." "No." His voice was firm. "You're not the complication. You're—" He stopped, seemed to be looking for words. "You're the first thing in this house that feels right. Stay." Before Naledi could respond, he walked to his room and closed the door. She stood in the dark hallway, her heart doing something strange in her chest, something she hadn't felt in 2 years. Since Thabo died, she'd locked that part of herself away. Feelings were dangerous. Feelings made you weak. But Yoon Siwoo had just asked them to stay. Not ordered. Asked. The next morning, everything changed again. Naledi was making breakfast when Siwoo came into the kitchen, dressed more formally than usual. Behind him was a woman in business clothes carrying a tablet. "Mrs. Molefe," Siwoo said. "This is Miss Park. She handles HR for my company. I have a proposition for you." Naledi's hands went still. "Sir?" "I need a consultant, someone who understands complex logistics and scheduling, someone with advanced mathematics training. You have people for that, surely. I have people who went to expensive schools and still can't solve problems as efficiently as you do." He pulled out the paper she'd marked up weeks ago. "You fix this in minutes. My team spent 3 days on it and got it wrong. Mr. Yoon, I'm not qualified for. You have a PhD in mathematics from the University of Cape Town. You published 2 papers on optimization theory. You taught for 4 years before," he paused carefully, "before you came here. You're overqualified if anything." The room tilted. He knew. He'd investigated her, found out everything. Naledi's first instinct was to grab Lwazi and run. But Siwoo's expression wasn't threatening. It was patient. "I also know your husband died in suspicious circumstances," he continued quietly. "I know you're hiding. I know Lwazi can't go to regular school because records are dangerous. And I know you're working as my maid because invisible people are safe people." Miss Park looked uncomfortable, like she wasn't supposed to be hearing this. Siwoo kept talking. "I'm offering you a job using your actual skills. Better pay. Better hours. And Lwazi can stay here with tutors I trust, people who won't ask questions or keep records. You'll have your own apartment in the building, not a room behind the kitchen. You can stop being invisible." "Why?" Naledi asked. Her voice came out whisper soft. "Why would you do this?" "Because wasting your brain on cleaning my floors is stupid, and I don't like stupid things." It was so blunt, so completely honest, that Naledi almost laughed. No pretty speech about helping people or being kind. Just, it's stupid to waste resources. "What if I say no?" she asked. "Then nothing changes. You keep your job as you have it. I don't force people, Mrs. Molefe." Lwazi appeared in the doorway, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "Mama? What's happening?" Siwoo looked at her son, then back at her. "Think about it. You don't have to decide now." He left with Miss Park, leaving Naledi standing in the kitchen with her mind spinning. Lwazi tugged her sleeve. "Mama, you look scared." "I'm not scared, baby." "You do the thing with your hands, the twisting. You only do that when you're scared." She looked down. He was right. She was wringing her hands without realizing it. Mr. Yoon offered Mama a different job, a better one. That's good, right? Was it? Better pay meant stability, meant maybe one day they could stop hiding. But it also meant getting closer to Siwoo's world, and his world had men like Kong in it. "I don't know yet, baby." That afternoon, while Lwazi napped, Naledi did something she hadn't done in months. She prayed. Not in a church or formally, just sat quietly and talked to God, like he was sitting right there. "I don't know what to do, Lord. I want to keep Lwazi safe, but I also want to stop being scared all the time. Is this an opportunity from you? Or is it a test? I need wisdom. Please." No thundering voice answered. But when she opened her eyes, she felt calmer, clearer. That evening, she found Siwoo in his office. "I have 3 conditions," she said. He looked up, interested. "Go on." 1. Lwazi's identity stays completely protected. No records, no paper trails, nothing. Agreed. 2. I won't do anything illegal. I don't care how good the pay is. My consulting firm is completely legitimate. You'll be working on supply chain optimization, scheduling, and efficiency models. All legal. 3. If I ever want to leave, for any reason we can go. No strings, no obligations. This one he thought about longer. "That's hard for me," he admitted. "I don't like losing valuable people. That's my condition." "All right. Agreed." Naledi took a breath. "Then I accept." Siwoo stood and extended his hand. She shook it. His grip was firm, warm. "Welcome to the team, Dr. Molefe." It was the first time anyone had called her doctor in 2 years. She'd forgotten how good it felt to be seen as more than just hands that cleaned. The move to the new apartment took 1 day, because they barely owned anything. Miss Park helped, cheerful and efficient. The apartment was small but bright, with 2 bedrooms, a real kitchen, and windows that showed the city. Lwazi ran from room to room, amazed. "Mama, I have my own room, my own bed." He'd never had that. Even before they ran, they'd lived in a tiny flat where he slept on the couch. That night, Naledi tucked him into his new bed, and he looked up at her with serious eyes. "Mr. Yoon is a good man, isn't he, Mama?" "I think he's trying to be," she said honestly. He has sad eyes, though, like he's missing something. Maybe he is, baby. What do people miss when they have everything? Naledi kissed his forehead. Connection, Luwazi. You can have all the things in the world and still be lonely. Then we should be his friends. Friends make loneliness go away. If only it were that simple. But maybe, just maybe, her son was onto something. The consulting job was harder than Naledi expected, not because the work was difficult, but because Siwoo's business world was complicated in ways she hadn't imagined. Her first week, she sat in meetings with men in expensive watches who talked about expansion and market domination like they were playing a game. Siwoo ran the meetings calm and controlled, making decisions fast, shutting down arguments with just a look. Naledi mostly listened and took notes. But during the third meeting, when they were discussing shipping routes, she noticed something. "Excuse me," she said quietly. Everyone turned. They still weren't used to her being there. "The route through Busan you're considering. It saves 2 days on paper. But you're not accounting for the port delays during the monsoon season. We're heading into that now. You'll actually lose 4 days and pay premium fees for rushed processing." The logistics manager frowned at his papers. "I didn't calculate weather patterns. You should. Route it through Incheon instead and use the smaller port. Adds 1 day normally, but during monsoon season, you'll still come out 3 days ahead." Siwoo leaned back in his chair. "Check her numbers." They did. She was right. After the meeting, Siwoo stopped her in the hallway. "You just saved the company 200 million won. I just did mathematics, Mr. Yoon." "Keep doing mathematics, then?" He almost smiled. Almost. Word spread fast. The new consultant, the quiet woman from South Africa, she knew her stuff. People started bringing Naledi their problems. She solved them. It felt good, using her brain again, being valued for what she could do instead of invisible. But it also meant spending more time around Siwoo, and that was becoming complicated. He wasn't like other powerful men she'd met. He didn't yell or throw things when stressed. Didn't demand people agree with him. He listened, really listened, then made choices. And if he was wrong, he admitted it and changed course. "You're staring," he said one evening. They were alone in the office, going over quarterly reports. Everyone else had gone home hours ago. Naledi blinked. "Sorry, I was thinking." "About? You're different than I expected." "Different how?" She chose words carefully. "The men you do business with, they respect you, but they're also afraid of you. I'm trying to understand why." Siwoo set down his pen and looked at her directly. "You want the truth?" "Always. I've done things I'm not proud of. Built this company using methods that weren't always clean. Made deals with people who hurt others. I told myself it was business, just survival in a competitive world. But that's an excuse." He paused. "The fear you see, I earned it. Not always in good ways. Most people would have sugar-coated that. Made excuses. He just laid it out plain." "Why are you telling me this?" Naledi asked. "Because you asked. And because you should know who you're working for." "Are you trying to scare me away?" "No. I'm trying to be honest. You value that, I think." He was right. She did. Lies had killed her husband. Honesty, even ugly honesty, she could respect. "I appreciate you telling me," she said. They went back to work, but something had shifted between them. A new understanding, fragile and strange. Luwazi was thriving with the tutors Siwoo arranged. Older teachers, retired, who taught for love of it, not for records or reports. They discovered her son wasn't just good at math. He had what they called pattern recognition, could see connections between things that seemed unrelated. One of the tutors, an elderly woman named Mrs. Kim, pulled Naledi aside one day. "Your son is extraordinary. His brain works differently, sees the world in layers most people miss. Is that bad? Naledi asked, worried. Bad? No, it's beautiful. But you need to protect him. Gifts like his, people will want to use them. I know. That's why we're careful. Mrs. Kim patted her hand. Mr. Yoon chose well with us. We're old. We don't gossip. And we love teaching special children. Luazi is safe with us. That fear, always sitting in Naledi's chest, eased just a little. Things were stable for almost 2 months. Then the Nakamura deal started. Siwoo called a major meeting, brought in consultants from Japan, set up negotiations for a massive merger. His company would combine operations with the Nakamura Group, expanding into international markets. Naledi reviewed the contracts. Everything looked solid. The numbers worked. The timeline made sense. It was a good deal. But something bothered her. She couldn't pinpoint what. You look concerned, Siwoo said. They were in his office late again. That was becoming normal, the two of them working after everyone left. I'm not sure, Naledi admitted. The math is right, but something feels off. Trust your instinct. What specifically? The Nakamura representatives, they agreed to your terms too easily. Men like that always negotiate harder. Siwoo considered this. Maybe they need this deal more than they're letting on. Maybe. Or maybe they want something else. Like what? I don't know yet. He trusted her enough to delay signing and pushed the meeting back a week. His team was frustrated, but he held firm. Dr. Molefe has concerns. We address them first. That trust, it meant something. Made Naledi work harder to figure out what was wrong. She went through every page of the contract again. Checked background on the Nakamura Group. Everything seemed legitimate. Then Luazi solved it. It was a Saturday. Siwoo had invited them to his house for dinner, something he'd started doing on weekends. Naledi told herself it was just kindness, just him being friendly. She ignored how her heart beat faster when he smiled at something Luazi said. They were eating when Luazi asked, Mr. Yoon, what's that picture on your wall? He pointed to a frame in the hallway, visible from the dining room. That's a very old seal, Siwoo explained. It belonged to my mentor, the man who taught me business. He died 10 years ago. What kind of seal? A chop, we call it, for signing important documents. See the butterfly design? That was his symbol. Luazi got up to look closer. Naledi started to call him back, but Siwoo waved her off. Let him look. Her son studied the seal with that intense focus he got. It has 7 lines on each wing. That's unusual. Most butterflies have 6. He had it made custom, Siwoo said. 7 is a lucky number in Korean culture. They finished dinner. Luazi played with a puzzle. The adults talked about nothing important, just an easy conversation. It was nice, dangerously nice. Then Siwoo mentioned the Nakamura meeting was scheduled for Tuesday. I couldn't find anything wrong, Naledi admitted. Maybe I'm being paranoid. Or maybe you see something everyone else missed. Either way, I value your input. That's when it happened. Siwoo's head of security brought in the Nakamura contract for final review, set it on the table with all the official seals and signatures ready. Luazi glanced at it, then looked again, then got up and walked over, staring at the Nakamura seal stamped on the papers. Luazi, don't bother Mr. Yoon's work, Naledi said, but her son's face had gone serious. Mama, the butterfly is wrong. What do you mean, baby? Look. He pointed at the Nakamura seal, then back at the frame in the hallway. Mr. Yoon's teacher had 7 lines. This one only has 6. The room went very still. Siwoo stood up slowly and looked at the seal on the contract. His face didn't change, but Naledi saw his jaw tighten. You're sure? He asked Luazi. 7 versus 6? Yes, sir. I counted 3 times. Saiwoo pulled out his phone and made a call. Get me everything on the Nakamura delegation. Now. I want backgrounds, photos, and verification of identities. Everything. He hung up and looked at Naledi. His eyes were different, sharp and dangerous. If that seal is wrong, he said quietly, then those aren't Nakamura representatives. Naledi's stomach dropped. Who are they? People who want me dead. If you think your heart is racing now, just wait. The next part is going to blow your mind. Make sure you're subscribed, because you do not want to miss what happens when Saiwoo figures out who's really behind this deal. The security team worked through the night. Naledi took Luwazi home but couldn't sleep. She kept thinking about her son, her brilliant boy, who might have just saved Siwoo's life by noticing butterfly wings. At 6 in the morning, her phone rang. Siwoo. Can you come to the office? Bring Luwazi. I need him to verify something. They arrived to find Siwoo's office full of people, computer screens everywhere, photos spread across the table. Luwazi held Naledi's hand tightly. Are we in trouble, Mama? No, baby. You did something. Very good. Siwoo saw them and came over. He knelt down to Luwazi's level. You might have saved a lot of people yesterday, he said seriously. I need you to look at some pictures and tell me if you recognize anyone. Can you do that? Luwazi nodded. Siwoo showed him photos of the Nakamura delegation. These are the men who came to meet with me. Do any of them look familiar? Maybe from when you've been at my house. Luwazi studied each picture carefully. Then he pointed. This one. He was at your house before. The night Mama told me to stay in our room because you had guests. He has a mark on his hand, see? Right there. Same mark. The security chief leaned in. That's Kong's lieutenant. We couldn't confirm it was him because he had surgery to change his face. But the birthmark, that doesn't change. Siwoo stood up, his expression ice cold. So Kong sent imposters pretending to be Nakamura. The plan was what? Kill me during the signing? Probably. The contract has a clause that, transfers operational control immediately upon your signature. They'd take over the company, then eliminate you. Make it look like an accident. Naledi felt sick. They'd been this close to signing. If Luwazi hadn't noticed those butterfly wings. Siwoo touched her elbow gently. Step outside with me. They went into the hallway. Luwazi stayed with the security team, who were showing him pictures of butterflies now to keep him occupied. Your son just saved my life, Siwoo said. He noticed a pattern. That's what he does. It's more than that. He's extraordinary. Siwoo ran a hand through his hair. Which means I just put a target on his back. What do you mean? Kong's people were in that room when Luwazi walked in, remember? They saw how smart he is. Now they know he's the reason their plan failed. He looked at her with something like pain in his eyes. I'm sorry, Naledi. I brought danger to you. It was the first time he'd used her first name. She barely noticed because fear was climbing up her throat. What do we do? She whispered. We protect him. Both of you. I have a safe house, completely secure. You'll stay there until I handle this situation. Handle it how? His expression went hard. However necessary. No. Naledi grabbed his arm. Don't do something that makes you into what they are. Please. He looked down at her hand on his arm, then at her face. They tried to kill me, and now they're threatening your son. You want me to just let that go? I want you to be smart about it. You're better than them, Siwoo. Don't prove me wrong. Using his first name just slipped out, but it made him pause, softened something in his face. What do you suggest, then? He asked. You have evidence now, real evidence. Use it. Go to the authorities, expose them. Let the law handle it. The law doesn't always work against men like Kang. Then make it work. You have resources, connections. Fight them the right way. He studied her for a long moment. You still believe people can be good. After everything you've been through. I believe you can be good. I've seen it. Something passed between them in that quiet hallway. Something neither of them was ready to name yet. All right, Siwoo said finally. We do it your way. But you and Luazi still go to the safe house until this is over. That's not negotiable. She nodded. Okay. The safe house was actually a penthouse apartment in a building Siwoo owned. Top floor, private elevator, security cameras everywhere. This is your idea of a safe house? Naledi asked, looking around at the expensive furniture. I don't do anything halfway, Siwoo said. My head of security lives 2 floors down. There are guards in the lobby. No one gets up here without clearance. Luazi was already exploring, amazed by the space. Siwoo's phone rang constantly. He answered in short, clipped sentences, setting things in motion. That evening, he sat down with Naledi and explained the plan. He'd contacted both Korean authorities and international agencies, provided evidence of Kang's organization, the fake identities, the attempted fraud. They were building a case. How long? Naledi asked. Could be weeks, maybe a month. We just stay here that whole time? Is that a problem? Luazi needs routine. He needs his tutors. I'll bring them here. Siwoo, you can't just upend your whole life for us. He looked at her steadily. Watch me. The first week was strange. Siwoo came every evening after work. At first, Naledi thought he was just checking security, but he'd stay. Eat dinner with them. Help Luazi with puzzles. Just be there. Don't you have other places to be? She asked one night. They were alone in the kitchen. Luazi had fallen asleep on the couch. Probably, Siwoo admitted. But I'd rather be here. Why? You really have to ask? Her heart did that jumping thing again. Siwoo, I know, it's complicated. You work for me. You're hiding from people who want to hurt you. I come with my own set of dangerous complications. He moved closer. But being around you and Luazi, it's the first time in years I've felt like a person instead of just a businessman. We're not your redemption project, Naledi said softly. I know that too. You're real. You call me out when I'm wrong. You make me think about who I want to be instead of who I've been. And Luazi, he looks at me like I could be someone good. You are someone good. I'm trying to be. That's different. They stood close in the quiet kitchen. Naledi knew she should step back, keep distance, stay professional. But she didn't want to. This is a bad idea, she whispered. Probably the worst I've had in a while. We should be sensible. Absolutely should. Neither of them moved away. Then Luazi called out from the couch, half asleep. Mama? The moment broke. Naledi went to her son, and Siwoo left quietly. But something had started. Something neither of them could ignore anymore. The investigation into Kang moved forward. Siwoo kept Naledi updated on everything. Authorities had raided multiple locations, frozen accounts, arrested key members of the organization. But Kang himself had disappeared. That's bad, isn't it? Naledi asked. It means he knows we're coming. He's gone to ground. Will he give up? Siwoo's expression was grim. Men like Kang don't give up. They get desperate. And desperate is dangerous. He increased security, added more guards, barely slept. Naledi watched him run himself into exhaustion and finally confronted him. You're going to collapse if you keep this pace. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're surviving on coffee and stubbornness. He almost smiled. That's been my survival strategy for years. Well, it's a terrible strategy. Sit down, eat something real, sleep for more than 3 hours. Are you ordering me around, Dr. Molefe? Yes, someone has to. This time he did smile, tired, but real. All right, but only because you're very bossy when you want to be. She made him proper food, not the takeout he'd been living on. Watched him eat. Thank you, he said quietly. For food? For caring? People don't usually. Don't usually what? He shrugged. Care about me as a person. They care about what I can do for them, what I'm worth. But you yell at me for not sleeping. That's different. Naledi's heart hurt for him, this powerful man who had everything except people who saw him. You're worth caring about, Siwoo. As a person, not a business asset. He looked at her with an expression she couldn't read. Vulnerable and hopeful and scared all at once. Naledi, he started. Luwazi walked in. Mama, I had a bad dream. Perfect timing, as always. She went to comfort her son, and when she looked back, Siwoo was gone. That night, lying in bed, Naledi had to face the truth. She was falling for Yoon Siwoo, maybe had been since the first time he'd looked at Luwazi's math homework with interest instead of dismissal. Since he'd offered her a job using her real skills. Since he'd knelt down to her son's level and spoken to him with respect. But falling for him was complicated. He lived in a dangerous world. She was still hiding from her past, and Luwazi had to come first, always. Still, her heart didn't care about logical arguments. It just kept reaching toward this man who was trying so hard to be better than he'd been. The break in the case came 2 weeks later. One of Kang's associates, facing serious charges, made a deal. Gave up locations, bank accounts, everything, including Kang's hideout. The authorities moved in fast, arrested him, and what was left of his organization. It was over. Siwoo came to the penthouse that evening looking lighter than Naledi had ever seen him. It's done, he said. Kang's in custody. The whole network is dismantled. You're safe. Luwazi cheered. Does this mean we can go home? You can go. Anywhere you want, Siwoo said. But he was looking at Naledi when he said it. That night, after Luwazi went to bed, they sat together on the balcony. The city stretched out below them, lights everywhere. What happens now? Naledi asked. That depends on what you want. What I want is complicated. Most good things are. She took a breath. I want Luwazi to be safe. I want to use my skills doing work that matters. I want... what else? I want to see where this goes. You and me. But I'm scared. Me too, Siwoo admitted. I'm terrible at relationships. I work too much. I have a past that's messy. And I still don't know how to be the kind of man you and Luwazi deserve. Maybe you don't have to be perfect. Maybe you just have to be present. He reached over and took her hand, just held it, gentle and careful. I can do present, he said. They sat like that, hands linked, looking at the city, not rushing into anything, just being. Inside, Luwazi slept peacefully, safe and loved. Outside, the world kept turning, and between them, something new was growing, something real, something worth protecting. The next few months were the happiest Naledi could remember since Thabo died. She and Luwazi moved back to their apartment in Siwoo's building. She returned to her consulting work. Life found a rhythm, but the rhythm now included Siwoo in ways that felt natural and right. He started joining them for breakfast before work. Luwazi would chatter about whatever book he was reading, and Siwoo would listen like it was the most important thing he'd heard all day. Did you know, Luwazi said one morning, that butterfly wings have tiny scales that reflect light? That's why they're so colorful. It's not paint, it's physics. I didn't know that, Siwoo said seriously. That's fascinating. You saved your own life by noticing butterfly wings, Luwazi continued. So maybe butterflies are lucky for you. Naledi and Siwoo exchanged looks across the table. Her son had no idea how right he was. At work, Naledi had become essential to the company. Siwoo's team brought her their hardest problems. She solved them. The business grew. But more than that, she watched Siwoo change how he operated. He cut ties with questionable partners, refused deals that smelled wrong, even if they were profitable. started building the kind of company that didn't require looking over your shoulder. "You're going straight," one of his old associates said during a meeting. "Going soft." "No," Si-woo replied calmly. "I'm going sustainable. There's a difference." Naledi smiled from her seat at the table. There's a difference. He was learning. One evening, about 4 months after the Kong situation ended, Si-woo asked Naledi to dinner, just the two of them. "What about Luwazi?" she asked. "Mrs. Kim offered to watch him. She's teaching him to make Korean dumplings." "You planned this." "I did. Is that okay?" Her heart fluttered. Yes, it's okay. The restaurant was small and quiet, the kind of place locals knew, but tourists didn't find. They sat across from each other, and for a moment neither spoke. "I'm nervous," Si-woo admitted. "You? Nervous? You negotiate million-dollar deals without blinking." "Those are easy. This matters." Naledi reached across the table and took his hand. "It matters to me, too." They talked through dinner about everything and nothing. He told her about growing up, about his mentor who'd taught him business, about the loneliness of building an empire with no one to share it with. She told him about Thabo, about the pain of losing him, about the fear of running with a small child to a country where she didn't speak the language. "You're the bravest person I know," Si-woo said. "I'm not brave. I was just trying to keep my son alive." "That's what makes it brave. You didn't have a choice, but you kept going anyway." After dinner, they walked through a park. Spring was starting, trees budding with new leaves. "Naledi," Si-woo said, stopping on the path. "I need to tell you something." Her stomach tightened. "Okay. I'm falling in love with you. Probably already have fallen. And I know it's complicated, and maybe too soon. And you might not feel the same way. But I needed you to know." She looked up at this man, this powerful, dangerous, surprisingly gentle man, and felt her own truth rising up. "It's not too soon," she said softly. "And I do feel the same way. I fought it for a long time because falling for you seemed impossible and scary and inevitable. Like numbers adding up to the only answer that makes sense." He smiled, really smiled, bright and unguarded. Then he cupped her face gently. "Can I kiss you?" he asked. Yes, he did. Soft and careful, like she was precious, like he'd been waiting forever for this moment. When they pulled apart, Naledi was smiling too. "Well," she said, "that was worth waiting for." "We should probably talk about what this means," Si-woo said. "I don't want to rush you or pressure you or—" "Si-woo." "Yes? Stop overthinking. We figure it out as we go. Together. Together. I like that word." They walked back hand in hand, and Naledi felt something she hadn't felt in years. Hope. Real hope for a future that wasn't just survival. Telling Luwazi was easier than expected. Kids notice everything anyway. "So Mr. Yoon is your boyfriend now?" he asked Naledi the next morning. She blinked. "How did you? You smile differently. And he smiles differently. And you hold hands now." Si-woo, who was there for breakfast as usual, looked amused. "Nothing gets past you, does it?" "Nope," Luwazi said cheerfully. "Are you going to be my dad?" The question hung in the air. Naledi started to say something about taking things slow, not rushing, but Si-woo spoke first. "Would you want me to be?" he asked Luwazi seriously. Luwazi thought about it with his usual careful consideration. "My first dad died. I don't remember him much, but Mama says he was good and smart and brave." "He was all those things," Naledi said softly. "You don't have to replace him," Luwazi continued, looking at Si-woo. "But you could be my second dad, if you want. I think you'd be good at it." Si-woo's eyes got shiny. Naledi had never seen him close to tears before. "I'd be honored," he said, voice rough. "I'm not perfect, and I'll probably mess up sometimes. but I promise to always try my best." "That's all anybody can do," Luazi said wisely. Then he went back to his cereal like he hadn't just rearranged all their lives. Naledi met Siwoo's eyes across the table. He looked overwhelmed, happy and terrified. She mouthed, "You okay?" He nodded, mouthed back, "Best morning of my life." They settled into being a family slowly, carefully. Siwoo didn't move in or change everything at once. He just became part of their routine. Breakfast together, dinner several times a week, weekends at his house where Luazi could run around the big garden. He was surprisingly good with her son. Patient, when Luazi got obsessed with a topic and talked about it for hours. Encouraging when he struggled with something. Present in ways that mattered. "You're a natural at this," Naledi told him one evening. They were cleaning up after dinner while Luazi did homework. Domestic, normal, and perfect. "I'm terrified every day I'll do it wrong," Siwoo admitted. "That's how you know you care. Bad parents don't worry about messing up." He dried a dish thoughtfully. "My father wasn't around much. Work always came first. I promised myself if I ever had kids, I'd be different." "You are different. You show up, Siwoo. That's what matters." He kissed her temple. "We show up. You've been doing this alone for years. I'm just trying to catch up." About 6 months into their relationship, things got complicated in a new way. News broke about the mining company in South Africa, the one responsible for Thabo's death. International journalists had exposed everything. The corruption, the cover-ups, the workers who died because the company cut safety corners for profit. Criminal charges were being filed. Naledi watched the news with shaking hands. Justice. Finally justice for Thabo and all the others. "They want me to testify," she told Siwoo. "The prosecutors reached out. They found me somehow." "Will you go?" "I don't know. Going back means being visible. What if there are still people who want to silence witnesses?" Siwoo sat beside her. "I can't make this choice for you, but I can tell you that you'll be protected. I'll make sure of it. And whatever you decide, we're with you." It would mean taking Luazi back to South Africa. "So we go to South Africa." "We? You think I'm letting you do this alone? We're a team now, remember?" Naledi leaned against him. "It's scary, going back. Most important things are. But you're the bravest person I know, remember?" She thought about Thabo, about the justice he deserved, about the other families who'd lost people. "I'll do it," she decided. "I'll testify." The trip to South Africa was planned carefully. Security, safe accommodations, everything thought through. But Naledi was still nervous the whole flight. Luazi, however, was excited. "I get to see where I was born, and meet Gogo." Naledi's mother still lived in Cape Town. They'd talked on the phone, but hadn't seen each other in 2 years. Too dangerous before. But now, with the company's crimes exposed, and Siwoo's resources protecting them, it was possible. Her mother cried when she saw them at the airport, held Naledi and Luazi, and cried, "My babies, my babies, you're home." Then she saw Siwoo standing back politely and stopped crying. "Mama, this is Yoon Siwoo," Naledi said. I'm her partner," Siwoo said in careful English. "It's an honor to meet you, ma'am." Naledi's mother, all 5 feet of her, looked him up and down. "You're the Korean man my daughter told me about. The one who's been taking care of my grandson." "Yes, ma'am." "Good. Come here." She hugged him too, fierce and tight. Siwoo looked startled, but hugged back. "You protect my girl," she said firmly. "You protect them both." "With my life," Siwoo promised. "Then you're welcome in this family." Just like that, he was accepted. The days in Cape Town were emotional. Naledi visited Thabo's grave with Luazi. She told her son stories about his first father, made sure he knew he'd been loved. "I wish I remembered him," Luazi said softly. "You were so little when he died, but he loved you so much, and he'd be proud of who you're becoming. Do you think he'd like that Siwoo as my dad now, too?" Naledi thought about Thabo, about his kind heart and generous spirit. "Yes, baby. I think he'd be happy you have someone who loves you." Siwoo kept a respectful distance during these moments, never tried to insert himself or compete with Thabo's memory, just supported from the sidelines. "Thank you," Naledi told him later, "for understanding. He was your husband, Luazi's father. He deserves to be remembered and honored. I'm not threatened by that." She loved him more for saying it. The testimony was hard. Naledi had to recount everything Thabo had told her, everything she'd seen in the records he'd shown her. Face the lawyers who tried to discredit her, but she held firm, told the truth clearly and completely. When it was over, the prosecutor thanked her. "Your testimony was crucial. We couldn't have built this case without witnesses willing to come forward." Outside the courthouse, reporters shouted questions. Siwoo's security team kept them back, but Naledi stopped. "I want to say something," she told Siwoo. "Are you sure?" "Yes." She turned to the cameras and spoke clearly. "My husband Thabo Malefe died because he tried to do the right thing. He tried to protect workers who were being hurt by corporate greed. They killed him for it. Today I spoke his truth. Justice is finally happening. For him, for all the families who lost people, this is just the beginning." The story ran internationally. Naledi became the face of the case. It was scary being visible again, but also freeing. No more hiding. They stayed in South Africa for 2 weeks. Luazi got to know his grandmother. Siwoo met Naledi's extended family and navigated the cultural differences with surprising grace. One evening, at a family dinner, Naledi's uncle asked Siwoo, "What are your intentions with my niece?" The room went quiet. Siwoo didn't hesitate. "I intend to love her for the rest of my life, if she'll let me. Support her dreams. Be the best father I can to Luazi. Build a life together that's honest and good." The uncle grunted. "Good answer." Later, alone in their hotel room, Naledi teased him. "Very smooth with my uncle. I meant every word. I know you did. That's why it worked." He pulled her close. "Naledi, I want to ask you something. Not now, but someday. Soon, when the time is right." Her heart knew what he meant. Someday, soon sounds good. They flew back to Seoul as a unit, a family in all the ways that mattered. The trial concluded 3 months later. The mining company executives were found guilty, prison sentences handed down. Real accountability. Naledi watched the verdict from Seoul and cried. Relief, grief, justice, all mixed together. Siwoo held her. Luazi hugged her. They sat together until the tears stopped. "It's over," she whispered. "Really over." "The hard part is," Siwoo agreed. "Now comes the good part." He was right. With the trial done and Kong's organization dismantled, they were finally, truly safe. Free to just live. Siwoo restructured his company completely, exited all the gray areas, focused on legitimate business. It meant less profit, but he didn't care. "Money's useless if I can't sleep at night," he said. "I want to build something I'm proud of, something Luazi can be proud of." Naledi watched him become the man he'd always had the potential to be. It was beautiful. 1 year after that first dinner, Siwoo planned something special. He told Naledi they were going out to celebrate her birthday. "But my birthday's not for 2 months," she said. "Just come. Trust me." They drove to his house, the one where she'd worked as a maid years ago. So much had changed since then. The garden was decorated with lights, a small table set for 3. "3?" Naledi asked. Luazi needs to be here for this. Her son came running out, grinning. Mama, look how pretty! They sat down to dinner under the stars. Simple food, nothing fancy, just family. After they ate, Seiwoo stood up. He looked nervous. I had a whole speech planned, he said. Practiced it for weeks. But I'm just going to say this simply. He knelt down and pulled out a small box. Naledi's hands flew to her mouth. Naledi Molefe, you walked into my life when I was lost. You and Luazi showed me what matters. Family, honesty, love, being good instead of just being powerful. He opened the box. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, officially, legally, completely. Will you marry me? Tears ran down her face, happy tears this time. Yes, she said. Yes, absolutely, yes. He slid the ring on her finger, and she pulled him up to kiss him. Luazi cheered. Does this mean we'll all have the same last name? Her son asked. If you want, Seiwoo said. We can all be Yuns, or all be Molefes, or keep our names, whatever feels right. Luazi thought about it. Can I be Luazi Molefe Yun? Keep both? Perfect solution, Naledi said, laughing and crying. They stood together in the garden, the three of them, and Naledi thought about how far they'd come. From that terrifying day when Luazi had said, Daddy, don't sign that, to this moment, choosing each other completely. The wedding was small. Naledi's family flew in from South Africa. Seiwoo's few trusted friends attended. Mrs. Kim cried through the whole ceremony. Luazi was the ring bearer and took his job very seriously. He walked down the aisle with the rings on a pillow, concentrating hard. When the officiant asked if anyone objected, Luazi said loudly, I think it's great! Everyone laughed. Seiwoo and Naledi exchanged vows they wrote themselves. I promise to love you in the simple ways, Seiwoo said. Showing up, listening, being present, making you laugh, supporting your dreams, being the man you and Luazi deserve. Naledi's vows were just as simple. I promise to be your partner in everything, to call you out when you're wrong and celebrate when you're right, to build a life with you that's honest and good and full of love. They kissed as husband and wife, and the small crowd cheered. At the reception, Luazi gave a speech. He'd insisted on it. My first dad died when I was little, he said into the microphone. Someone had to lift him up to reach it. I don't remember him, but Mama says he was good. Now I have a second dad who's also good. Some kids have one dad. I have two. One in my heart and one here with me. I'm very lucky. There wasn't a dry eye in the room. Life after the wedding was beautifully normal. They moved into Seiwoo's house together. Luazi got his own room and decorated it with books and puzzles. Naledi set up a home office where she could work. Seiwoo cut back his hours at the company, promoted people he trusted to leadership positions, made space in his life for what mattered. Breakfast together every morning, dinner as a family every night, weekends exploring Seoul or just staying home. Simple routines that meant everything. One evening, about 6 months after the wedding, they were all in the living room, Luazi doing homework, Seiwoo reading reports, Naledi working on a consulting project. Luazi looked up suddenly. We're happy, aren't we? Naledi smiled. Yes, baby. We're very happy. Good. I just wanted to make sure everyone knew. Seiwoo set down his papers and went to sit by Luazi. You know what? We should celebrate being happy. How? Ice cream run. Right now. All of us. It's 8 o'clock on a Tuesday, Naledi pointed out. Exactly. Breaking the rules for ice cream. Come on. They piled into the car and drove to Luazi's favorite ice cream place, got cones, and walked around the neighborhood, laughing about nothing important. This was it, Naledi thought. This was the life she'd dreamed of when she was running, scared with a small child. Safety, love, family. joy. They'd fought hard to get here, through danger and fear and uncertainty, but they'd made it. That night, after Lwazi was asleep, Naledi and Siwoo sat in their room talking. "Do you ever think about having more kids?" Siwoo asked. "Sometimes. Do you want more?" "I think I'd like Lwazi to have a sibling, but only if you want that too." Naledi considered it. "Let's see what happens. No pressure, no plans. Just be open to it." "I like that approach." She curled against him. "We're really doing this, aren't we? The whole life together thing. We really are. Having second thoughts?" "Not even a little bit." He kissed her head. "Good, because you're stuck with me now." Best decision I ever made. They fell asleep wrapped around each other, safe and loved. The story could end here, with everyone happy and settled. But life keeps going, doesn't it? There's always more. 2 years later, Naledi gave birth to a daughter. They named her Thandiwe, which means beloved. She had Naledi's eyes and Siwoo's serious expression. Lwazi, now 11, was obsessed with his baby sister. He read to her constantly, showed her his books, and explained mathematics like she could understand. "She's going to be so smart," he declared. "I'm teaching her everything." Siwoo's company became a leader in ethical business practices. Other corporations studied how he'd transitioned from questionable methods to complete legitimacy, without losing competitiveness. He was invited to speak at conferences and share his story. He always gave the same message. Change is possible. It's hard and sometimes costly, but possible. And it's worth it. Naledi ran her own consulting firm now, helped companies optimize their operations, and taught mathematics online to students all over the world. She'd found a way to use her gifts that mattered. Sometimes, late at night, she'd think about how it all started. Her working as a maid, invisible and scared. Lwazi notices butterfly wings, everything that came after. "What are you thinking about?" Siwoo would ask. "How one sentence changed everything. Daddy, don't sign that." "Best sentence anyone ever said to me. Lwazi saved your life." "No. You both saved my life, just in different ways." 5 years after the wedding, they went back to South Africa for a visit. Showed Thandiwe where her mama came from. Visited Thabo's grave so Lwazi could tell his first dad about his life. Naledi's mother was older now, but still fierce. She spoiled both grandchildren terribly. "You did good," she told Naledi. "Built a beautiful life from terrible circumstances. I got lucky. Luck nothing. You were brave. You fought for your son. You stayed strong. Don't diminish that." Maybe her mother was right. Maybe it was both. Bravery and luck and love all mixed together. The trial had led to reforms, new safety regulations for mining companies, better protections for workers. Thabo's death had meant something, changed things. "He'd be proud of you," Siwoo said at the grave. "I hope so." "He would be. You honored his sacrifice by fighting for justice, and you built a good life for Lwazi. That's what any parent wants." They stood there together, paying respects to the man who'd come before, who'd made it possible for Lwazi to exist. "Before you go, I need you to do something. If this story touched you, if you felt something real, hit that subscribe button. Right now. Share this with someone who needs to hear that second chances are real, that families come in all forms, that love can grow in the most unexpected places. Don't just watch, be part of this community. Subscribe, and let's share more stories that matter. Back in Seoul, life continued its beautiful routine. Lwazi started high school, brilliant as ever, but also learning to be a regular kid. Made friends, played sports badly but enthusiastically, had crushes he told his mama about. Thandiwe grew into a curious, fearless little girl who kept everyone on their toes. and Siwoo and Naledi grew together, through challenges and joys, and the ordinary moments that make up a life.